Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up? Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Again, big shout out to my people on the back street. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Let me get my shout outs together before I get started here tonight. Let me find where my people's at. Where my people's at? I see ya. I see ya. I see ya. Let me see who we got here. Who we got here? Big shout out to my man Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? Bloodthirst, aka Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? Salute to my man Mr. John Dembry. The one and only my man Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got here. Jacoby. Jakushabi. I'm sorry, man. I'm messing that all up, man. But you know what's up. What up, fam? Boy, some of these names y'all come up with, man. Y'all serious with it. City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Let's see here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Skip Bell. What up, fam? Yo, my man's in them. Back in the royal family in the house. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got here. In the woods, 456. What up, fam? Let me see. I don't want to miss nobody. Big Scratch TVG. What up, fam? 517 SEK in the house. What up, fam? Hey, man, look. Now, we know, like me and everybody else probably, we all got our eyes pinned on the NFL draft and everything. You know, some of us going to have it, some of us ain't. Me being a football fan and everything, I'll be on top of that type of shit. Because I want to know if I'm going to be, get my back, you ever have it like, look, I was with the Cleveland Browns. I grew up in Ohio. Y'all know that. And, Cleveland used to be one of them teams that would be like, let you down every year. When you was growing, see, my dad, he was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So we would always be at the Cleveland-Pittsburgh games, regardless of where they played. If they played in Pittsburgh, we was going to be there. If they played in Cleveland, we was going to be there. So, yeah, we grew up on football and actually baseball. Yeah, I was around when Vida Blue was still pitching for the Cleveland Indians. For the Oakland A's back in the day. So we grew up in sports. But I understood, early about big letdowns, because I didn't want to be a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and I didn't really like the Cleveland Browns colors. I always thought it was like doo-doo brown. My dad would be all up and roar, so I was always going to try to be the opposite of him. So we got stuck with the Cleveland Browns. And I've seen so many disappointing games that I just refused to be a Cleveland Browns fan. Now, some of my Ohio fans, y'all kind of feel me where I'm coming from because, there are some true blue, diehard Cleveland Brown dog pound fans. Some that I grew up with and they still be out there in the cold representing them diehards, But the disappointments, year after year after year, I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how you do it. And that's the way I be looking at sometimes when I watch people, going through their struggles in these dogs. Sometimes it can be, hard to watch. sometimes. Like, one instance, we went to pig, more like a cookout, and everybody showed up. Beautiful occasion, and everybody doing it's like a draft night. Everybody bringing up and coming draft picks, and we going through, everybody doing their thing, and we matching up weights and everything, just trying to make it a fun evening. And we was on one of the guys' yards. He had some good dogs, and that night it was one of them nights to where you're on your yard, and we checking out things, so it's easy for him to run out and go grab something. It's his cookout, so he's trying to make things more comfortable for everybody to get a fair chance. Everybody really wasn't there to beat up on his yard, but you had a lot of different people, and we was just trying to set up the little matchups. The sad thing about it was the man's house we was at before this cookout, he started out great. Things was looking all right. He got some good prospects. But tides changed because, when you're doing them type of, cookouts, you bring in, everybody's trying to show up. And some of the big boys come through with some of that, their prospects. And it turned out by the time they was done, man, they had literally cleaned out this guy's yard. Really. I mean, when I say cleaned it up, it he started out great, but I guess he started out with the wrong kind, some of the better things, until he had to recycle and realize that these people that are here, they on a different level than what you were, and pretty much cleaned out the man's yard. And the sad thing about it was he kept on going back, grabbing something, trying to accommodate everybody that was at who was trying to look at their prospects. And he would always seem to be catching the bad end of what was going on. And I kind of felt bad for him because he kept putting himself in a position, instead of letting some of the bigger kennels, the more experienced guys, let them go at it first, and weed out the other things instead of trying to accommodate everybody. And in the end, people just kind of looked at this person sideways. Like, dang, man, they came through here and just cleaned out your yard. And it was so disappointing because I just felt like there was a better way of him handling the situation than to let them do that, because that became the talk. They came through here and just cleaned out the man's whole yard type of situation. And every time, it just left this taste that if he ever was pop his head up and want to do something, everybody was going to be at him. Because, what he thought he had, he really didn't have. And it was like, that was for me, that was just a bad way to learn something. The cookout was great. Hospitality, the food, the whole setup was beautiful. But it was heartbreaking to see that happen to a person. And that kind of, that takes me back to, imagine every time you put something together, it gets shut down. But what I did like about the person who did it, you know, it it took him a couple years to get back on their. I mean, it took him a lot of years because they never really gave up. Yeah, and they was one of them ones that saying, twin, I'm ready, I'm ready. But eventually, they got their shit together, and times did change for them. But it was a whole lot of years, and I'm not talking about one or two. I'm talking about maybe 5, 6 years of bulldogging, getting their head cracked. And it's like, I don't know, why do you keep doing it? That's how I be feeling like some of the Cleveland Browns fans. And no big, and no disrespect to my peoples out there, my wife is a Minnesota Vikings fan. Been one her whole entire life. And I've seen her be disappointed year after year after year after year. But true enough, we moved from Ohio to Florida, so I picked, I was, before I would even become a Tampa Bay fan, I was riding New England Patriots. Because there was a point in time that I used to, Tampa Bay didn't have no football. They wasn't shit. But after living here a couple of years, things seemed to get better. So I got away. I said, okay, I'm going to use Tampa as my home team, but I'm going to still be my New England Patriot Tom Brady fan. That's how it was going to roll. But it's just stupid to be around here trying to represent Tom Brady here in the city of Tampa. It just don't make no sense. That changed when he got here, but prior to him getting here, there's a couple people, Brady, Brett Favre, there's certain teams you just don't say around this place right here. But I've seen her get heartbroken year after year after year, and now she done been here and watched us win 2 Super Bowls and always make that crack. They almost get there, but they don't get there. You know what I mean? And I'd be wondering, I'd be like, well, why do you, there's so many other teams that you could pick. You might as well just become a Tampa Bay fan, right? And she ain't gonna hear that. No, she called me a bandwagon jumper and all this other crazy shit. But again, she's a diehard Viking fan, regardless of what their season is gonna, how it begins and how it ends. It doesn't matter. She's in there right now watching the draft because she wants to see, she's just like that. She wants to know that her team's getting better, what they're going to be doing something different. She hates Michigan being from Ohio. Ohio and Michigan don't never get along, but she's got 2 Michigan quarterbacks now. So sometimes, things we don't like, we got to get adjusted to and relate to support what we're doing. Bulldogs is basically the same way. I remember one time we had a show and we actually bought 3 dogs. No, actually 4 dogs. Cleaned house. 2 days later, one of the people that we beat, first thing that came out of their mouth, man, I cleaned out my whole yard. And they wanted to get some dogs, knowing that we don't sell dogs, but they was persistent on, hey, I need to start over and I just want to start over with some better dogs. And before Mo would give him a dog, he would basically set him down and just say it ain't about the dog, it's about you, the person. He would all, he was real, and he liked that even with the Malinois, our guard dogs. Not any and everybody can walk off that yard with one of those dogs. He's very persistent about the right person having his dogs. Well, when that person finally got his hands on those dogs, they actually done something with them. And a big shout out to our proteges. Because again, there's so many things that they could have done, but they stuck to the game plan. And this person I'm talking about, who had his yard cleaned up and cleaned out, was one of them people who ended up starting his yard over, and he started using some of our dogs, and his life changed. But it really wasn't about the dogs for us. For us, I think it was about the person. And that's why I sit back and I say, look, we need to talk about that. Because tonight I want to talk about this thing, for us, we think back when we first started and the dogs that we used to have. Yeah, we were at that point in the very beginning that we had good dogs and really didn't know what to do with them. But we knew enough to do, what we did, because without the knowledge and the stupid things that we were doing with these great bred dogs, these great animals, they was actually so good that even for us, we really couldn't mess up, but we did. They say people always don't talk about the stupid shit they did. They always talk about the good shit. No, we talk about the dumb shit that we have done. And I think we've made that good and clear plenty of times, some of the dumb stuff that we have done. But it made us actually, I think those kind of mistakes, those kind of learning things makes you better. It really does. So understanding that and realizing that, it's easy to move forward, because most of the time when you touch something hot after being told not to touch it, and your dumb ass turns around and touch it, you're not too keen to keep touching something that keeps burning you. And I think that's one of our biggest things when we went from North Carolina to Ohio. In North Carolina, we was Bruiser would have been a 4-time winner. Blood and BA Solo would have been a 2-time winner. Blood would have been a champion. BA would have been a 2-time winner. Because that's what we were doing. We were quick to do it. Remember, keep this in mind now. We didn't have a conditioning program. I always told y'all all we had was a Noose River. We knew, we had enough sense to know that we wanted to put the dogs in shape, but we wasn't into the red sail and all the other shit that went along what it took to really put a dog in condition. But it was the quality of the dogs, and maybe I would say the quality of the competition got stiff based on the hype. When people start talking, yeah, they got some dogs over there. They got some badass dogs over there. And then, that created the hype. And we were young then. We knew we had good dogs, so we just, back then we just felt like our dogs could beat any dog. And Mo always told y'all that whole scenario changed when he got up there in Ohio. Because even then, it wasn't about the backyard. We just went right in there, and we started dealing with the big boys. And the big boys, a rude awakening. That's where judo's first loss came at. We didn't take any losses after, we didn't. That was just one of the losses, was with judo. And then another serious loss was against another good dog, man, Ohio Cash. In 2 hours and something minutes. And to me, I think that was one we should have won. How the hell does a dog lose us on top? But those little mistakes that Mo made that night, he never forgot. Actually, it made him even worse as far as the type of dog he was going to have. Because I thought Dusty was a great dog. It was just some things, the tricks of the trade. And he was in there with a bat. Hogcast was no easy pushover, and the dog that beat judo. Hell, Jethro, he was a. It was Stein's, yeah. It was Stein's brother Mama Stein. Both of them made champions. So we went. Them boys weren't no rookies, but that was the wake up call for us. That's the learning spot. So when you're dealing with anything, especially these dogs, we've all been there. We all kind of know what that feels like and what it looks like. You wish now that you know what you know that you could have had that back then. But don't let it discourage you, because it didn't really discourage us. It just made us realize we had a lot to learn. When you winning and beating up on people, you get big headed and you think it's all about the dog. But the rude awakenings are the things that actually had a whole lot to do with made us better. You know what I'm saying? So we're just gonna go over some of these things so we can give y'all an inside look into why we picked the breeds that we picked, why we picked the dogs that we picked, what led to these things. We just jump right in and be like, we went from this to this. Well, there's a growing process that everybody's going to go through. We're going to help you guys out and try to understand our growing headaches and pains. But trust and believe. It wasn't due to the fact that we didn't have the right dogs. And this should hit home for a lot of people out there, because we always say it's not always about the dog. It's about who has the dog. That really does make a difference in this game. And true, yes, we got good enough. There were people, felt that, and that's why I knew it was, when it come down to picking and choosing. In the beginning, it wasn't hard for us to get on. But as the years went on, it got hard for us to get on. We would just tell people, stop saying the names. Don't just say the name, just give a weight. And even that led to issues, because when we show up, people be like, that's twins. That's so-and-so. And then all of a sudden, that's supposed to be an issue. But see, when you're dealing with people like that, they're young. I mean, they're new to this. They don't know no better. I don't even know why you're there. Maybe they were under the same impression that we was. Because if you had known us back then when we first showed up, it would have been us looking like them. The thing is, we wasn't running from them, because we really thought we was all that. But these bulldogs have a great way of humbling your ass. What you thought was good, there's something out there better. So what's the mind frame? Well, we had to change our mind frame. Didn't get away from the good dogs. Just had to get a better understanding what it took to be able to deal with a good dog without you being the reason that dog couldn't be at full potential. And when I say full potential, you guys, let me tell you something. That process starts the minute that they come out of that damn mama. Starts right then. From the food they eat, the attention that you give them, the culling process, the raising of them, the medical, the maintaining, all that comes. Because that's the part the dog can't do for himself. That's the part that you have to take care of. Yeah, and it's a whole lot that goes with that process. And as time goes on, experience makes you better. But we are in a world of technology, information. Regardless of all the information out there, you have to still be able to weed through the information and do your homework and find out which one's going to work for you. The fact is, you know what you need to do, but it's up to you to make a decision what you're going to do. And even then, the choices you make, you got to take them If it work, you're on the right track. If it don't work, it's back to the drawing board. Y'all know how that feeling is. But the good thing about it is your determination to be something with your dogs, regardless of what it is. And that's the point I'm trying to make, regardless of what it is. You have to find out your purpose, what it takes to be the top of that level, to compete with your purpose, and then you will realize, because of the work that you put in and the type of dog you have, it's going to show. That's why I always say, your work will always be seen and based off of what you're doing. The dog don't know no different. Us as human beings, we can make decisions based on what we see. That's what the draft is all about. They had that big hype out there for my man Shakur, but he's still there. I ain't heard my wife say, hey, he finally found a team. But it's just those kind of moments when you set these high expectations and reality steps in, then you have to humble yourself. See, that's the thing about this game right here. It will humble your ass real quick. Let me repeat myself. It will humble your ass real quick. Now, it's just a matter of how you take it. You know what I'm saying? You do better. You put in the work to be better. And in the long run, you'll see, all that, because you'll be able to have the accolades to show what your work is worth. And for a lot of the young guys out here, this ain't all about buying a dog with a good pedigree. I can go in here, as many pedigrees we've been in here, we might take a dog here or there, and you will see they siblings. That might be the only dog out the whole litter that done something. And then again, you have some that have many dogs that come out of one litter that done something. But trust and believe, it's far and in between that you get a whole litter of everybody that's doing something and worthy of talking about. Eli Jr. and Bully's son, they litter mates. One got an L, one don't. But then one with the L produces better than the one who don't. Now, I'm to put this like this. To me, Eli Jr. and Bully's son in different hands, that's the only difference, is who was doing what with both of them. Because regardless of what people might say or think, I think they both are great producers. Time and history has shown us. So we got a lot of, Bully's son, he's just a little, he's a little bit better because he was bred more. But you can't take that away from the dog. You just got to look at who had Eli Jr. and who had Bully's son. Two different people doing two different things with two different ideals. The fact is, regardless of how they did it, we still talk about them today, both of them. So keeping that thought in mind, that used to be us. You got great dogs. Other people over there, you basically got the same thing they got. But can you do and have the success that they have based on what you know? That's where the work comes in at. Only way you're gonna find that out is in the end, when based off of your work. You can't be them, but we say we copycat off a lot of people. Well, that copycat is based on the way we learned. We took a little bit from over here, a little bit from over there, a little bit from over there, and we just made all of that ours. Now you taking all of that and now you making it yours. That's who you become. And regardless of what kind of dog and who doing what and how they did it, the thing is, it's yours. and it's your work. It's not their work, it's your work. Because you still have to be the one to get to that point to where you're going to be successful at what you're doing. And I think that's very important because this game doesn't have it's not like it used to be. So when we're dealing with these dogs, which means it's not like it used to be, the competition and all that has to change, and that means we have to find something new. And then when you're trying to find something new, people don't, I said this before, when you start dealing with these shows, you're going to have that controversy about judges and who's doing the judging and all that kind of shit. It wasn't that hard for us because all we had to do was get there, release the dog, and the story is going to be told. But when you put that decision in someone else's hand, you have to be able to accept the decision, but don't let that discourage you from being and believing in what you're doing. Because not everybody is going to find themselves in that predicament. Because if you go in thinking there's going to be bias based on whatever it is, it will discourage many people from wanting to be involved. And that part right there, I don't want to see that, because you're not going to have a future moving forward talking about trying to do the right thing with these dogs if you can't get over that hump. And that's a hell of a hump to get over, because I'm starting to hear that now. Back then, we used to pick our own refs. You know what I mean? Sometimes the ref would come with would be with the other team. You know? So it was always going to be questionable about anything that they say. Y'all know how these referees are nowadays, and even in sports. Don't it seem like if you watch boxing and all these, where you got somebody having to make a decision, sometimes I think they got that little plug in their ear and it's tied into Vegas, and they giving them, they don't, they giving them the rundown of what's going on. Like your team, you done bet and the over's 26. And then all of a sudden the game getting close and it's getting down there, and then all of a sudden you get this crazy ass call. At the wrong time. And then your money just be gone. And I've seen it in basketball. Me and my wife, we are definitely into sports. And I be seeing some of this shit, and I be like, you know what? I think they got a plug in their ear, because that call came from up the box. Because where did that call come from? With all the holding and the grabbing, and all of a sudden we're gonna start calling it when, the game is at its most important point. Because that's what gambling does to the game. Your team don't have to win for you to be a winner. That's what the numbers is all about. And I'm not a gambler when it comes to that, because I don't gamble like that. So for my gamblers out there who deal with the points and the overs and the unders, y'all a little bit more schooled in it than I am, because it's something that I don't do, and I try not to get into things that I don't do because I don't understand them well enough. But I watch ESPN, and I got a couple friends that just be blowing the stacks. You would think they just family member or something died over 3 points or a call. Tear up TVs or throw shit, and I've seen it all. But that's the reality of what we deal with when we're talking about sports, competition. Regardless of what's going to happen in the future when it comes to these American Pit Bull Terriers, it's going to still be revolved, as far as popularity, around competition. Our purpose is totally different than what the new purpose is supposed to be. Have to be able to get over that hump and understand what that's going to look like. We don't really know what it's going to look like, but again, I told y'all once and I'll say it again. I try not to get involved into what the future is going to look like. Because I'm from the past. That's the only kind of dog that I know. So I don't know what it looks like or feels like to try to do something different. That's why we don't. That's why we have the dogs that we have, because we have them because they have always been around. They're our dogs. They're our American Pit Bull Terriers that we have raised for 20 something plus years. Yeah, they still around. We have them still around. But they're only around because that's what they are. They're just going hard dogs. And we try to keep the best of the best. That's just how that works. Because that's who we are. And I'm thinking that as we have these discussions and as these more people throw these shows, regardless of who's doing these shows, the popularity of the new is supposed to get better. The competition is supposed to get stiffer. But we first all have to get over that hump, as I would say. Like when we started, the things that we went through. I had good dogs, but we were still doing something that we really didn't know what we were doing. And going into the future, I'm looking at this is what that future is going to look like until eventually they're going to get it right. So I don't knock what people try to do moving into the future. But I'm just not a fan of the ones who blast the people of the past, because if it don't be for the people of the past, you wouldn't be, what would we be talking about? You know how it is. If it ain't worth talking about, then we don't talk about it. That's all. Yeah, we will always remember our wins over our losses. That's just human nature. But don't think that we totally forget about those losses. I can still remember some of our losses. I can remember them. We didn't have many of them, but for the ones we did have, they did have a major impact on a lot of the things that we did and we changed moving forward. That's all. And I think that's some of the things that this dog community moves forward, that y'all got to take the bumps and the bruises that's going to come along with it. Don't be discouraged and run away from it. But just don't put all your money on the pedigree, because that's where you're going to fall short at. Because the pedigree, again, for us, pedigree does not make the dog. The dog really still makes the pedigree. And how do y'all get to that point moving forward? Through the work. So keep that in mind as we talk about, man, if I only knew what I know now back then, how much better of a dog man could I have been? Because we all been there. And for all the old schoolers out there to kind of know, we all felt and been through the same thing, because I don't think that I'm the only one who's ever been and can sit down and say that. I think we all can say that. Behind every good dog man, you're going to find out that there's a better dog man that he learned from. And all that means is you found somebody that you felt comfortable on listening to. And when you learned and you listened and it worked for you, then it becomes your responsibility to be able to pass it forward. And now you become the teacher of a new student. This is how this game has worked, y'all, from the very first time that we jumped in it. They didn't tell us much. But then they didn't tell us to run out there and start matching dogs either. all we knew that these were just fighting dogs. So you didn't tell us, when you say fighting dogs and you see fighting dogs, you think that's all you do is fighting dogs. I didn't think anybody would be crazy enough to put anything other than a pit bull on another pit bull. Now that I did know. Learned that early, way back in, I think, junior high school. Because our neighbor down the street, Jeremy Hunter's, I think his dad, they stayed almost 2 houses down from us, and he had a champion bulldog. And man, it didn't make no sense. And I thought we had some good dogs, but I mean, back then we had Jerry and the big wolf, but never ever wanted to see that little big-headed dog, because he would always say, "No, only thing that this dog gonna be on is the pit bull, because can't nothing else get on him." And this was an older man telling us as kids, because we was running around fighting Rottweilers and German Shepherds on each other, and we thought we was doing something. 1980, our lives changed, because now we're dealing with them same little bitty big head dogs, and kind of clearly understood that you're going to be dealing with dogs like this dog, because no other dog's going to be able to deal with this type of dog. We don't need a big billboard to show and prove that. That is just how it is. History will show you that, you had some people doing the dumb shit, but the majority of the people, competition stayed within the realms of what it was meant for. So y'all take this ride with me as we take down this. Before I get started, let me get out here. Let's see. Where did I live off at here? Hold on, fellas. I do want to make sure I got everybody in here before I turn this over to Mo. Let me see. Lover boy, I see you, fam. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. I did say my man Chico Nicholas, Mr. Michael Lou. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Let me see. Talking to City Kennels. What up, fam? Just make sure. I see my man Double M Desbo. Right down and hit that like button. What up, fam? Now, Rachi. Now, Nacho. What up, fam? Y'all forgive me if I'm beating these up, man. Oat man. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Denbry. What up, fam? Anyone else? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? The Mad Doctor. What up, fam? Itchy. What up, fam? Pitwise Kennel in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here. Did I catch everybody? I think Quarter Boy Kennels. I see you, fam. Mr. Johnny Rockets. What up, fam? I appreciate that, Johnny. I got a email from my man. I got a message from my man Johnny Rockets, and he told me, Twin, I was watching some of the videos, happened to be going back over them, man. And my man reached out to me and he said, "Hey, Twin, is Mo okay? Is something wrong with Mo?" He was saying, and he was telling me because he was watching the videos and he didn't really, he might have been like some of these other ones, y'all wasn't there from the very beginning, which made us do what we're doing now. But then he would cut it and he reached out to me. And I was just happened to see his comment in there. And I just want to tell him personally, first of all, fam, I appreciate the fact that you was willing to reach out and even ask, and I did reply. But from my heart, man, it's big because you did have that concern that you just felt like I don't need to ask nobody. When I can go ask them, which he did. And I want to open that door up to any and everybody. We are approachable. You know, we're all entitled to our opinions. You know, but that's what bulldogging is all about. That's what the community is all about. You know.
What do you think? I changed?
No, he didn't know you was really sick like that. No, I didn't. Even, I meant to show it to you, but you know we didn't see each other all day today, so I didn't get a chance. But he just tell you what he wrote. He said, "Twin, thanks for putting in the grind and putting up these videos full of info. A special thanks to Mo for keeping his nuts up and putting the GHK cheat code out there, all while wearing a toe tag." I told him they put that toe tag on you 5 years ago, a couple years ago, and they only told you have 5 years, and we 2.5 years in. You know, but he just found that out. He had, man, there's something wrong. I didn't know it. But yeah, that toe tag don't mean nothing, man. You know, I talk shit about them putting that toe tag, and I hope he lives way beyond that toe tag. But that's a big shout out to my man Johnny Rockets, because he definitely hit me on the back street. And just to know that people have that type of concern and appreciate some of the things and why, appreciate what we do and why we doing what we doing. Let me see. I think I got everybody, but I'm going to let Mo get into these dogs, some of these dogs, because I think, we journey, people think we all about the Mayday shit, and then we are, Mo was a true believer in why he breeds the way he breeds. But I need y'all to take a good look at these early dogs of going hard during the moments that we were making mistakes, and how important it is to realize when all that changed, because the dog can't read papers. They don't. But that's the thing about knowing the dogs. Because for what little bit we knew about the dogs, one thing we knew, we had some badass dogs, and we didn't have no problem putting them on anybody, and regardless of who it was, because it didn't matter. And that's when we was dumb as hell and new to the game. But all that changed once we knew we had to be better. Because it wasn't about just putting the dog down and just letting them go. But just going to give you some of you guys a chance to look at some of your pedigrees, being that you're out there buying dogs based on pedigrees. For us, a pedigree didn't mean nothing because we didn't know nothing about a pedigree. It was always going to be about the dog. So for all my guys out there buying dogs because of pedigrees, let's see, how about just tearing up the pedigree, even if you got one, just put it in the safe somewhere, put it somewhere, and don't even talk about how the damn dog is bred. Let's see, and see how far that's going to get you. Because that's what this game actually needs. We need to just start tearing up pedigrees and just don't even need them, because there's no need to have them anymore. Because those pedigrees that we deal with in the past was based on a purpose. Wall climbing, treadmill racing, all that shit don't have nothing to do with the purpose that those pedigrees were based off of. So I would hope that we would get away from the pedigree thing and let's just get back to the dogs. Because it's going to be the dog, and that dog will just be just as famous as any other dogs that had a different, our dogs that had a different purpose than the purpose you're having. But that's new purpose, these names supposed to change, man. And if we're going to make pedigrees a big ass deal, let them pedigrees be based on the new purpose and let's forget about the old. Because I'm never going to knock the old. I'm never going to knock the people in the basement, because some of them just got cojones big enough to get out there and do what they do, because hell, I'm going to knock them, and I was a part of, and I was one of them. No room for me to knock anybody when it comes to that part, because hey, we all had that fever. But not taking anything away from what the news is going to look like, but I just think that all this will change the minute you get away and create the new purpose. But the new purpose, you cannot bring old baggage with it, because they're not going to look at you any different. They're trying to use champions and grand champions as a reason to title your dog was bred for dog fighting because it happens to be off a champion. Y'all see where I'm going with that? It's time to get completely away from all of that if that's what y'all trying to do. Because I believe wholeheartedly in something that has been going on for many, many, many years. That shit right there has already been set in stone. When you're trying to do something different, you get away from the old and you start all over with something new. And that's how we did even raising with the purpose that we had. We started out with old, and even us, we had to reinvent ourselves into something new. But we had a purpose. Y'all purpose ain't like our purpose. I would never take a dog that was bred for this purpose and then all of a sudden think that I'm supposed to be running over here and trying to do something else with it. Doesn't make sense. Because over here, what you're doing is legal. You just don't need to bring the bullshit with it, because they're going to use the bullshit to bring you down. And I only say that because they've already started. So we're going to do our part in trying to just educate you on change. All the things we wish we knew in the past, based off of what we know now. It's on you, Mo.
Did you came in on pairs online?
No, I didn't try to get on there.
I got my computer just in case.
But I mean, you got to go to plug in and all that other shit. Okay, whatever. Let me see. Let me sit here right now. While you two get over here. I'm gonna just sit here until he get over here, because he's still over here fumbling around. Let me see if I catch anybody. I caught somebody else in here. Northeast Los Angeles Kennels in the house, representing in the Shark Tank. What up, LA? Big shout out to all my California peeps and shit. Because as y'all know, we had dogs all over the country, man. We had them as far as Seattle, Washington, all the way out in California. That's, for me, I think that's good to know that other people can go anywhere in the country and still win with our shit. That's big. And we still, like I said, for us, that was just an accomplishment. Still, we're not Floyd, we're not Tom, we're not Ed. There's so many people that's better. But it's like I say, when you're trying to do something, and you at least want to be appreciated for the work that you put in. Because that's the way I be feeling when guys that I've taught my trade, that have been under me and learned, my trade. And went on to be successful based off of something I trained them to do. This is how they feed their families. This is how they're feeding their employees, based off of something I taught them. Yeah. They have appreciation for me taking the time and putting up with them and talking them into changing their lives. and I have much respect for them. And I think that's the same way that our mentors feel about us. Y'all listen. Y'all did that. I can see, a lot of guys will tell you, yeah, they got that from me. Some of them don't like the stories we tell because they don't never wanted anybody to know some of the things we talk about. But if it's going to make the game better and make people better, then why not? Because if it worked for us, it works for you, it should work for somebody else. So we stay humble, but then we give homage to the people who taught us. And I think it should always be like that. If you learn it, respect the people that taught you, give them the respect that is due, and pass it forward. Because if it worked for you because of what they told you, it'll work for the next guy. And all these little things is what make things better in life. Y'all know how this works. You ready? All right, that's on you, fam. Now, I'm going to leave my phone right here so you can take a look and see what's going on. Big shout out to my man Bill. What up, Bill? Bill, you say, what line are we running now? No, Bill, we don't run anything, but we still have bulldogs. And yep, we got all types of them. I mean, Mo want to tell you because Mo know them better than I do, but I just put it like this. Yeah, we still got going hard dogs.
Gotta bring my desk with me.
I'm plugging shit.
Yeah,
Let's get out of here.
at least wait till I get it plugged up in case it freezes.
What up, everybody?
What's up? What's up? Bear with me. I ain't got no help. You don't see me mess around here. Straggle along. I ain't getting no help. Second here. Okay, guys, I'll be right with you. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I guess this the part he be talking about to be making him it. You know? Part when I get to unplugging shit. And plugging my stuff up. As long as I'm still moving, we ain't froze yet, I'm doing good. If this boy come back in here and this plug, the thing freezes, he gonna be looking at me all crazy. Still moving. It ain't trolling out there yet. I ain't got the froze face yet. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Show up, I showed up. It's on. Okay. Got one more thing to do here, y'all, and I'll be ready. Let's see what I got to do here. Plug in. Let me see if I can get it without freezing. Woo! I'm almost there, gentlemen, ladies and gents. Okay. What up, everybody? New day, new way. this extra shit over here? Okay. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, everybody. Thanks for coming on in. Thanks for being patient with me while I wired up the sound, my hookups and stuff. Mike was talking about he wants to go to the backyard. Okay, we're gonna go to the backyard then. I guess we're going back over into the early days where we started out at. You know, me, I always like starting off at the first one that we really got our hands on. That Atlas had gave us our first one. Okay, so I guess I'll start off with him. Gotta get my glasses on, guys. You don't have to excuse me again. But okay, give me a minute here, guys. I'll be right up here. Let me find my first victim. Okay. All right, guys. I'm just gonna jump right in here, right off the bat. Get this thing going. Okay. Let's see. All right, here's our first one, guys. First one up. This was the first dog that we ever got. This one came from Atlas Brewer. See how he was bred. Double bred Snooty. Okay, this was our first dog. Now, as you can see, ain't no yellow in there, ain't no red boy. Never did get a chance to breed him. Wasn't even thinking about breeding a dog. Dog had more schools, you know, as far as testing out anything with him, as far as raising him and bringing him up. And old Sheriff Powell taking us over down there to Jacksonville one day. Said he had set up something, gave us like 6 weeks. And we went to Jacksonville. He was the first dog. Powell was like, just take him out there to the Neuse River, man, and put him in the boat and let him this dog pedal. That's almost better than running. This was the first dog we did that with. 6 weeks later, we went to Jacksonville. First time meeting the Robinsons. Don't know who this champion dog was. He was talking real highly of. Sheriff Powell, he believed in that Snooty dog. And as you'll see, the dogs that we was getting, they were Snooty dogs. I think they were Snooty dogs. Okay. Bruiser. Blackwell, that's our like our big brother there. He was the guy that brought us into the Marine Corps from Akron, Ohio. I had Dobermans at the time, so I took Bruiser over to him, He started his yard with Bruiser. And I had the Dobermans, and he had the pit. And this was the first pit that he had on his yard. Now, keep in mind, y'all, we in Carolina. These dogs got APBA papers. We don't know nothing about the papers. Didn't even know who Snooty was. I seen his gravestone over there at Atlas's yard. And he talked a lot about Snooty. And it was just, we raised him for about 2 good years. Did our little 6-week thing. And boy, that was the happiest day for Paul, the day we beat that dog. Bruiser made a scratch and knocked him, the dog, and the owner over the pit wall. Dog flew over and he took off, and Bruiser went right after him. 40 minutes in, Bruiser hit him on a scratch, knocked the owner out the box. The dog jumped out the box behind him, and we had to go chase Bruiser and the dog. They out there tangling outside of where we was. But Paul said it was over when the dog jumped out the box with his owner. But some of this pedigree here, you'll see some of these dogs in the old Snooty dogs. This is one of them dogs that I would love to have. Again, me knowing what I know now, probably would have never got stolen. A lot of the dogs that got stolen from us, if we knew what we know now and took it more seriously as we did back then, understanding what we had, we probably could have done a lot of great things with this dog right here, because he was definitely everything that you would want him to be. This dog went through a lot of abuse before Paul told us to go ahead and just put him in shape, take him out to the Neuse River. Right, that dog right there could have been 8-time. This dog right here could have been 8-time winner, because he beat up everybody. That he did. And what I know now, he was bred good. And for us to only get a win, a contracted win, was definitely, something to look into, because Paul believed in him enough to go into a champion. You know what I'm saying? And as far as we was concerned, Bruiser was more than just a winner, because we was doing a lot of things with Bruiser. Bruiser kicked on about 13, 14 months. We was beating up everybody with this bulldog right here. Like I said, we never got any puppies off of him. Never even bred him. But he had a lot of work under him, because he was just straight out all our bulldog. One time we had him out there in the sun, rolling him with one of them Hetry dogs of Paul's, and had to save both their life. But they both made it through it. But that was one good roll. Paul said it should have been a match. What them two dogs was doing showed you just how good those dogs really were. And I was happy, because as much as he believed in his Hetry dog and everybody was scared of him, we sure wasn't scared to put Bruiser on him. Okay, this is our first one. As you can tell, the way how he's bred, all familiar names. And nothing in this pedigree that's not familiar to a bulldog. And this is the first dog that we got from Atlas Brewer. Okay. Now, you know, come on, y'all. Y'all know if y'all had some shit bred like that, y'all would be, I mean, imagine back then if I knew what I know now. You know what I'm saying? I'd have dealt with that situation a whole lot better if I'd have made it up to Ohio with that dog, learning what I learned once I got to Ohio. He was our first one. Okay. We're going to put our dog number 2. We talk about this cartoon all the time. And I used to have a picture of this funny looking dog. He was definitely a funny looking dog, but he definitely represented his pedigree. This is the number 2 dog that we got. Got him from Atlas Brewer. Down in the Carolinas, this dog put in a lot of work. Again, another double-bred snooty dog. Again, here's a dog on the yard. We have no idea how he's bred. We just looking at him like he a bulldog. I mean, we was putting him on big dogs, catch weight dogs, all kind of stuff. Put a lot of work in him. But he made it back up to Ohio. He made it to Ohio. Bruiser didn't make it to Ohio, but this one here, he made it to Ohio. You know, we went in Ohio beating up on a couple bulldogs with him. Jumped out there at 46 pounds. We trying to make a weight. That ain't his weight. We making his weight. You don't care. We're going to bring him in and go get this damn dog like we do in Carolina. Got food like hell. Ran into Miles Champion Stein's brother from the next litter. And he went on to make a champion, become a champion. So there was two brothers, and they looked just alike. Champion Stein and Champion Red looked just alike. I swear to God, they did. And they damn near put down alike. But I'm going to tell you something. For Judo in there at 46, gave that big boy hell. It took him a minute. The weight and the power caught up with him, and probably the lack of conditioning, because we went into a guy, Jethro, who was a hell of a conditioner. One of them fast lane boys, learned my lesson. Definitely learned my lesson. That's when Ohio Cash stepped up in there and grabbed us up and told us to throw away that North Carolina bullshit. You up in a new area here. Y'all can't be doing that. Yeah, y'all messing up your dogs. Pope, by this time, Pope done got a hold of us and showed him we had Bruiser's pedigree. We used to have a picture of Bruiser, and we had this dog's pedigree. Remember, these dogs was APBT'S registered. We had papers on these dogs. This is my second dog. Look how he's bred. It was Molly B and Red Lady who beat them Jocko dogs on the same night. Mother and daughter. Went into mother and daughter. Molly B beat Apple, and Red Lady beat her daughter off of Apple. Again, never bred him. Never ever tried. Didn't really respect what I had, because I really didn't know much of what I had. Now, imagine, y'all, I got 2 dogs bred like this on the yard. You know what I'm saying? That says a lot. But not knowing what I know now. If I could do that again, I would have never had that loss, and I would have never had him in a place where they had an opportunity to steal him. Good bred dog. He came back after we lost that first one. We came back and we smashed 2 good dogs. 2 good dogs. My best one was Jughead. The boys out of New York had him. So boy, we came down off of the so boy stuff. Boy, Judah looked good that night. By then, and even in that one, we had him running outside the truck.
Yeah, but we were walking him in the treadmill. Remember, walking over the cash house.
Yeah, we would take him and we would take him down into the park because the park had a lot of hills, and we drive the road on the truck. And then when I wasn't running him on the truck, I would walk from the south side of Akron all the way to the east side, cutting through the north side, going all the way around to the east side, to the west side, and back to the south side. I would walk from my crib to Ohio Cash's crib, and Ohio Cash would have him on the mill. And he taught me how to work the dogs on the mill. Said this dog has a style. You got to help him with his style. Dog got to have strong legs. Boy, he did look good that day. We got done with him. He did look good. He taught me how to feed him right. You know, he had my expectations on this got to take dedication. First time I don't see you over here, it'll be the next time you won't see me waiting for you. So yeah, somebody took a lot of interest in us. Thank God for Ohio Cash, because he's the one really to open the door to where our life headed after this. 2-time winner, 1-time loser, going hard judo. I remember that's my first 2 bulldogs that we got. And this is really our first loss. This was with judo. Never knew what it felt like to lose. When everybody was looking at us like, man, them boy dumb as hell. They gotta bring that little dog in here. What the hell is they doing? You know, I'm around a bunch of dogs, man. They all out of New York. We on a nice ass car too. Same night, Satan was on the car that night. Grand Champion Satan was going for his first win that night. We went in there looking like a fool. Looking good though for a minute though, y'all. Let me tell you something. He was looking good. He was handling that big weight. He controlled it, but he ran out of gas. Before, you know, they definitely taught me what it meant to pick up a good dog. Don't never turn your back on your dog, and don't never give up on your dog. You know, when they start hollering, boy, pick that dog up, man. What is you doing? I didn't know I was allowed to. You know what I'm saying? You can call that show right here, bro, before you lose that dog. You better pick him up. And that's my first time ever having to pick up one, not understanding what I was doing. Believe me, by the time I came back, I got a better idea and understanding. Thank you, Ohio Cash. Never bred him. Never thought about breeding. That's our second dog. Again, what did we have? We had snooty dogs. You want to really boil it down, we came into the game with snooty dogs. Why the snooty dogs? Because we down there with James Edwards and Atlas Brewer, the man that had Snooty. So it would be kind of obvious dealing with Sheriff Powell, who took us over them 2 men's house for us to have these type of dogs. And they sure must have liked the Sheriff Powell. Because these are the kind of dogs we was getting because of Sheriff Powell. Okay? Yeah. Now, keeping in mind, y'all, remember we told y'all when we met Pope, showing him these APBTA papers and not knowing what the hell he was personally talking about when he was looking at him. And yeah, if you ever heard Pope on on Dougie's show and stuff, and the way he behaved and the way he talks, you know, he was definitely a character. But he was very surprised that we knew his dog. You know what I'm saying? Especially when, you know, it wasn't hard for him to know that we wasn't just pulling his leg when we told him about his dog, you know, coming from Atlas Yard when Atlas had him. And then just his amazement over the dogs that, you know, he seen when he saw their papers. And believe me, he became almost like a teacher. I mean, to the point that, you know, I used to get up and go to his house, and we would spend all day with him explaining these dogs, pulling out pictures and talking about Snooty and Molly B. And, you know, he knew Snake Man. He knew everybody. You know, he was called the Ohio Buckeye Man in the Journal. He used to do articles in the Journal. Okay? Let me see. My next one would be, hold on, I'm getting there. The next one would be blood. Where blood at? Hold on, guys. I'm looking them up. Anybody got any questions? I'm not looking at the chat. Okay? So, if we get too far ahead, just save them for later. I hate to do that when, you know, I could be doing this on the way. But I'm already doing too much. So give me a chance here. Okay, here's the next one, guys. This would be our third dog. This is our third dog. This dog here, that's Blood. We ended up acquiring his little mate brother, B.A., shortly after this day, after we won this match. We got here a second dog, but we got Judo before we got Blood. But did we get Blood, then Judo? Yeah, we did. We got Blood, then Judo. Judo came after Blood. Let me correct myself. He sure did. It was B80 we got after we got Judo after that. Okay, we got Blood. The second dog was Blood. Because actually Blood came through from Sheriff Powell. Sheriff Powell gave us Blood. Because when he got Blood, he had got Levi. He got Levi, and he gave us Blood. He had Blood in Levi, but he gave us Blood, and he had Levi, the daddy. And Blood was a puppy too. This is how he was bred. Yeah, and that's how we actually seen Stevenson's Big Ben, because evidently Mr. Triplet, when we went up to Powell to breed to this dog here, Mr. Triplet, he had this dog right here. He had this dog, so we got a chance to see Stevenson's Big Ben. Didn't know who he was, but you know, we knew that he was the daddy. He produced Molly B. Powell was high on that shit. and he bred Levi to Gypsy. And that's how I got a chance to meet Mr. Triplet and my chance to see Stevenson's Big Bean. Again, see how he's bred? We still was dealing with snooty dogs. Now we done tabbed into a little Eli stuff. See that? They had a dog down there in the early 80s. They called him Buster D. Buster D. And he was off of Low Posse's Buster. I don't know his bottom, but he was off of Low Posse's Buster. And he was down there kicking ass. You know, he was down there kicking ass. And the boy was real confident with him. Paul felt like, you know, he wanted to put blood on him. We didn't know. You know, the height was so high on Buster D. Boy was talking so much trash on Buster D. He done made him a champion and all. That, you know, we still young. We don't know no better. We ain't scared of shit. We Marines. Paul said, put blood on his ass. You know, you can't do nothing but win or lose. Gave him a date. 6 weeks later, we going into Buster D. Oh, sheriff, he handling all that. All we got to do is get the dog, go down to the noose. Going down the noose, we had a little canoe by then. Just get out there in the canoe and just throw the dog in the water and just roll up and down the Neuse River with the dog swimming in the water. This was actually our second dog, but this was actually our second match that we ever had. We went into Buster D. 23 minutes, we have Buster D standing in the corner. Big day for us. Because all that shit that they would talk about old Buster D, probably one of Sheriff Powell's proudest moments. His proudest moment. He was a big dude, y'all. He was from PA, so you know. He was from Pittsburgh, so you know. He was definitely an up north shit talker too. And sure, but yeah, that was one of his happiest days when we knocked off Buster D with blood. Again, what we dealing with now, we got Snooty and a little bit of Eli stuff in here. But keeping in mind, we don't know how these dogs is bred. But we got ADVA papers on every single dog that we got out of the Carolinas. And keep in mind, it's the same Powell, Sheriff Powell, that produced the bottom side of Tornado. This guy right here. Him and Sam Lambier. Sam got the dogs because Powell sent them up there to PA to Sam Lambier. That whole bottom half. You heard the story. Me and Mike was there when we bred those two dogs. Brother and sisters. So yeah, Powell had bulldogs. And this was one of the few dogs that he had was off of Snooty. Everything else was Hetry. You know? But looking at his pedigree, you see why we double bred Snooty. You see why we got Molly B and Snooty again. Now we got two dogs on the yard that was Snooty and Molly B. Both dogs was good, so we know the Snooty Molly B shit was working. And then, yep, Bruiser, Snooty, then Molly B. Yep, Bruiser, Blood, and then Judo. So now we got three dogs on the yard, Snooty bred. See what I'm saying? Which he got Levi and blood. Cheryl Powell did. Gave us blood and he kept Levi. Shortly after that, Judah was our third dog, and then shortly after that, we got B.A. This dog's little mate brother's name was B.A. He bit people. He was a people biter.
But you know what? So was Buster D though.
Yeah, Buster D was a people biter. Yeah, he was a people biter too. Now he was off of Low Posse's Buster. But yeah, he was a people biter. There wasn't nobody like B.A. When nobody like B.A., you got to bring B.A. in the down there with a muzzle. And let everybody know when we cut this son of a bitch loose, you know, you got to be careful. We got to make sure that we got a dog going in front of him because we get misdirected. Charging at your ass like he charging at that dog. Believe me.
Big shout out to my man Pro in the house. What up, Pro? Big shout out to RPG Lone Wolf. I see you, fam.
Yep, so, yeah. These dogs had a lot of ability, y'all. That was one thing about them. They had ability. Can't tell you much about the Ganglers. The Ganglers was never tested. Their ability was a level. You know, so for people who really don't know how good Snooty was as a producer, believe me, I do. Because couldn't nobody seem to ever put these dogs on their back. Everything that we used from Bruiser to Blood to Judo were destroyers. They had a lot of talent. Judo had the Kung Fu matrix move. Judo get on your head and you would not touch Judo. You couldn't touch him. Blood, he'd just get in there and go up in your chest and legs, bite you down. This dog had a lot of mouth. That's one thing he definitely, all of them had mouth. But this one here, we knew Buster D was in trouble about 10 minutes in when he hollered. The blood was up in his chest and he couldn't get him out. He must have been hurting. But boy, that was a great day right there. We beat the badass Buster D.
Champion Buster D.
Oh yeah. Buster D. Keep in mind, this is the second champion that we ran into in our early days and didn't even know nothing about matching dogs. Everything we was doing is under the guidance of Cheryl Powell. Okay? Yeah, big shout out to Cheryl Powell. Yeah. Next dog was a female that we got. Just give me a minute, I'll bring her up. Now Solo was a special dog. We won with her in Pennsylvania. She made it to Ohio. She was a puppy. Just as we was leaving North Carolina, James Edward gave us this dog. Cut her ears and everything. He grabbed a little puppy, cut off the ears, blood just going. Just put it in the box over here. Don't worry about it. Dog ain't gonna bleed out. Just let it bleed. We're gonna just let it bleed. We're gonna take some time and let it coagulate, and y'all go ahead and take it on with you. James Edwards had cut her ears. She was a puppy. He told me if you don't pull those ears, they're gonna turn into pig ears. You got to pull them. They ain't gonna like it, but you got to pull on them.
And we was already doing Doberman ears.
But we was already, I was already doing Doberman ears. Me, I was ready to tape them up, and I was gonna go home and throw my own stitches in them and put the little cones in her ears and all that. Make them stand up. And he was like, no, you just pull the ear. The way he cut him, he threw him in a box. Blood all in the box, dog shaking his head, puppy running around, probably head sore from getting his cut. But he did a good thing when he sat there and explained what I needed to do, what I needed to maintain on doing. But she was one of the biggest heads. She had a noggin. And she was red. Red brindle. Where did the red brindle come from? I don't know. I remember I'm in North Carolina. She was one of the prettiest dogs you ever want to see, y'all. A little tiny dog. She was low to the ground. You know, had that wide chest and little legs and shit. Big ass head. Whole lot of mouth. That's the first time we seen a dog with a lot of gum in their mouth. You know, a lot of gummy mouth. But she was so pretty. I loved her. That was Benny's house dog. Ben made her a house dog. He loved Solo. Then I ended up getting Solo when I went up north. He had to go sit down for a minute for knocking out a couple people. So I ended up with her. This is Solo. This is the puppy I got from James Edwards. Again, you see, what do you see in there? You see them Carver dogs. Now you seeing them Eli dogs. And then you see that Lightner stuff. Don't ask me about the Lightner stuff. Don't even ask me about Buster, Low Posse Buster. Because we had already beat Buster D. Buster D was off of Low Posse Buster. You know, and one thing that they gave a lot of credit to was the fact that Blood beat a good dog. You know, so we took it like that, and I didn't mind Buster D. You know, why we want something off of Buster? We beat Buster D. Well, you know, Buster D was a good dog before you beat him. You just put the right dog for him on him. But look how he's bred. A lot of dogs came out of Buster and Queen. Again, APBT'S papers had no idea. Which one? Oh, Buster's. Now, hold on. Here, let me just show you some of the litter siblings to this breed. These are litter mates. So I would understand why she had that big ass head. But she was like a red brindle. Real light brindle in there, but she had brindle in her. But she was red. This was her little mate brother. James Edwards gave me that little female. I don't know, but you know, Larson's Red Ed is a registered merit in the Sporting Dog Journal as well. We'll probably have to go in there and look all this stuff up to find out what he really produced. I think Paul, he liked it, you know, because he's probably the one to talk James Edwards into giving up the dog because of that bottom Lightner stuff. Yeah, one of the there was a sibling out here who was, you know, there was puppies at the time that we got her. You know, but there was a lot of conversation about Buster. I mean, there was he was definitely a dog to be talked about back then. Hmm? Which one? Okay, hold on. Go back. Talking about Midnight. This dog right here, they talked a lot about in the old books and stuff too. Don't know who he is. Let's see. Oh, no wonder. Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Mountain Man Champion Homer. Okay? Little Mate the Solo. Good old Rascal Jr. But as you can tell, we haven't even. These are the dogs that we started off with. Solo went. This Solo. We went up to PA, Erie, PA, and what was wrong? All right, we went up to PA with Solo and went into, at 31 pounds, went into a little female who was black. Solo bit her down very quickly. She bit her down very quickly. One thing about these dogs right here, they are very rough. They were rough and they had a lot of mouth. This is the dog I told y'all I had put down on my landing and came down one morning, and it wasn't even the first time I ever tied her out there on the landing. Got up that morning and found her hanging where she fell through the steps. Never got any puppies out of her. But as you can see, this was our first step into the Eli dogs. What, you know, Pope was he loved this female. He loved her. He loved her. He loved her. And I guess that's why, you know, as you will see during this transition, how we ended up messing with the Rascal dogs. Because I guess Pope knew Mountain Man, and he must have knew Homer. You know? So the first match, she went in there, and keep in mind, y'all, prior to this, we only still lost one match. Then beat two champions with Bruiser and Blood. Came back winning with Judo after our loss. Then we got Solo. But look how these dogs are bred. We had ADA papers on every dog we got. And she was one pretty ass dog. I got to tell y'all, she was. She was a real built, nice, muscular, big ass head bigger than anything on her body. Nice square chest, low to the ground, and could bite. And she was fast. I mean, when I say fast, you know how them 31 pounders be. They be moving like 90 going north. But she was the first one. We were surprised when we seen her that night. We ain't never see her fight like she was fighting. She was on this dog ass quickly. Pope really liked this dog. He liked this dog. He really liked all the dogs, but he showed a lot of favor to her. He wanted to breed to this bitch so bad. He was more heartbroken than I was. He was more heartbroken than I was when I called and told him, man, she fell through the steps, man, and hung herself. My first heartbreak was losing her. Big mistake. Big mistake. Yeah, big mistake on that one. But you learn. You know, luck is not a favor of mine in the early beginning. You know, wilding was more, I would say, because we, you know, when you got the kind of dogs we was having, you know, it really wasn't much for us to worry about. Okay? Now, by this time, we matched BA and ended up sending him back to Carolina. Yeah, we ended up sending him back to Carolina. Matter of fact, one of the guys down there came and got him up in Ohio and took him back. And BA won. But the thing, what happened with BA was they brought BA in on a leash and a muzzle. Yeah, they brought him in on a leash with a muzzle on. And when they put him in the box, they, you know, after washing him and bringing him in, they got him in the box. They still got the leash and the muzzle on him. You know what I'm saying? Now they got to take the collar off, and they funny about getting the muzzle off of him because now BA done seen this dog over there, and he acting crazy. He don't know whether BA gonna swing around on him and try to get him, or is he gonna, you know, when he let him go, he gonna go over there and hit the dog. You know, the question mark was, everybody standing over there, be careful because this dog lied to run across the box and jump, get pointed on somebody out there in the audience and jump right over the box and attack your ass. So everybody, just look, this dog bites. So he's telling, you know, they telling everybody in the place, just be careful with this dog right here because this dog, we don't know which way he gonna go tonight. You know, he might be on the dog thing, he might be on the people thing, so everybody gotta be careful. Yeah, but he won. And they ended up shooting BA too. He won that night. He won in like 34 minutes or something like that. But they ended up having to shoot him. Because this dog he was just a man biter. There was no in between or nothing. He bit people and he bit dogs. I mean, he was just a nutcase. But the guy who had bought him, took him back down to North Carolina, ended up having to shoot him. Okay, now who would be our next one? Pope. It would be Dusty. Yeah, Dusty was before Mikey. Then next one, okay, my next one would be, now the next dog we got after that would be coming from James Pope. James Pope was the next dog that we got. Let me see if I can find her. Okay, hold on. Well, it's not too many dogs that were a loser. I just gotta find that loser. You know, that is funny that we had two bitches. There she go. This dog here I'm going to pull up. This is the dog I got from Mr. Pope. My first dog from Pope. Keeping in mind, my mentors at this point in time would be, I would have to say Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. I would have to give him the number one, the number 2 and 3 spot because I would have to give Cheryl Powell, you know, that number 1 spot as far as my first mentor. For stopping me on the street, walking a bunch of damn dogs, looking at how amazed he was about these dogs, getting to know me, and then just take me up one Saturday and we just drive up to Wilson, North Carolina, and he introduces me to these 2 white guys. You know, this is what he does, you know, even when he at work, because we drove up in the squad car. You know, I'm riding out with the sheriff. We ride up to these 2 white guys. First we go up to Atlas' house, but then James, he comes over to Atlas's house. So they was real cool with Sheriff Powell. You know, he was really in good with these dudes. But here's the dog, my first Ohio dog. No, that's not it. What did I do wrong here? Oh God, I'll be right with you here. Let me fix this. Okay. This is the dog I got from James Pope. This is the dog where y'all know James Pope. He was always talking about his great Joe Red dog. Well, this was Joe Red's Little May's sister. And as you can see at the bottom, Pope Shirley too. And for those who know who Shirley is, don't be for Shirley, we wouldn't have Crenshaw's Grand Champion Blackjack. But before Shirley ever produced Amber, Blackjack's mama, she had produced Dusty. Now, this litter here, this litter of dogs right here, they didn't have much luck. They didn't. Dusty was the only one. Well, they all got counted out. You know, Joe Red, he got counted out on us in 19 minutes. Dusty they had a Little May brother, Bandit. He went a long night one night, and he lost. You know, it was a good long match, but he still lost. And then Dusty, she went 205, and she made her contact. You know, some could argue that she made her contact, and some would say it was at 11. Either way, she lost. You know, she didn't beat the count. But she went on, she beat a bad, she lost to a dog who had just beat Ricky Jones. Yeah, that's Ohio Cass dog Huzzy. She had just beat this dog called the Beast. Because Ricky Jones had her name, they called her the Beast. But we wasn't worried, you know, if you know Pope, he was pretty confident, Dusty, and she was a red and white dog. She almost looked, let me tell you, she looked like, we did a show the other day with Whistler Jr., that picture of Whistler Jr. Dusty looked exactly like Whistler Jr., a red and white dog. White head, red body, white socks. Game as hell. Well, I would say game when I say game, I mean she was fight crazy game. But this was my first Eli dog. My first. I could kind of read pedigrees by the time I got this Dusty. And the thing I didn't really like about Dusty is I was so used to seeing champions and great dogs all up in the front end. You know what I mean? You know, I was real used to seeing those all those good dogs up there in them first two generations, you know, especially with Pope talking the way he was talking. But I knew one thing. She was off of Shirley. And Shirley was a nice dog. You know, I knew Bart. And they did come from a real nice hot litter. That they did. That litter was a hot litter. This is my first dog I got from James Pope. And again, like I was saying, there's Shirley. Shirley is the mother to Amber. Was Amber, who was the mother to Grand Champion Blackjack when she was bred to Gator. Now, I learned a lot going into Cash because Cash had to teach me a lesson. You know how you get to your I think it was more of the argument was between him and Pope. Both of them are mentors, but both of them, you got Pope talking shit about his dogs, and you got Cass who then taught us the game, maybe not everything that I needed to know because the way I lost that night, I should have beat him. But me not knowing, how to really get that handle off, I learned after that, and it never happened to me again. I questioned myself. You know how during the heat of war, there's a lot of things you don't want to make the mistake. And the mistake I made was not grabbing her when I just knew I could grab her. I let her lay around on a dog that wasn't moving. And she went out her next match and lost real quick too. What Dusty put on her that night took what she had left. What she had left after Dusty's match was not much because she quit quick her next time out. But it was a good match. Two rough dogs. I got to give it to him. Pope produced a pretty nice dog with her. She could have probably went and won a lot more. But we had already bred her. Pope had got me to breed her. Once she had those puppies on the ground, he was, him and Cass got into it, and next thing you know, they were like twin. Put Dusty on that shit. You know how Pope is. He didn't match dogs, but he knew he had some boys that would. He didn't hesitate to call us to go into our own mentor, and we learned. I learned a lot that night. Because what I learned that night, and I never had to worry about ever again. Now, before we matched her, this is the dog that we had bred. We got this little female right here off of her. Pope set me up with everything. Set me up with TKO Kennels. Told me to take Dusty up there and breed her to this dog right here. I know they called him Goodyear's Rascal 3. That's who I remember him as. Goodyear's Rascal 3. But I met my dude up there from TKO Kennels. For those who don't know, TKO Kennels also had that Autumn dog, registered and married. He had a couple champions and great dogs. He's the one that gave me the picture of Rascal, the little black and white picture y'all see out there on the internet. Well, I have a picture of that dog, but I have a different picture. And I got the picture from the last person who had Rascal. Okay? And this is how they were bred. Now, Crybaby was one badass dog. Now, I gave Pope one of them puppies out of that litter. But the reason why we called her Crybaby because she was the only puppy that was, you know how you put your puppies in a box and sit and you close them off? This dog would never shut up. All she did is scream and whine. Scream and whine. Because she didn't like being in that box. She'd be jumping up on the wall. We had to make bigger walls to the point that we had to use the 2x4. And even then, it wouldn't shut her up. But Crybaby was another good one. We took her down to North Carolina. I'm trying to remember that dude's name. He was the barber. We went in the crybaby with him, and she was a little dog. She was about a 31. And crybaby was one of them like red, black nosed dogs that had ability. Now, when you talk about Joe Red and ability, this dog right here, she had some ability. She was rougher than her mama for damn sure. Because she had no problem. She was doing the things that we like the dog to do. Dusty was a smasher, but no, this dog right here, she was a notch better than her mama. She was a lot more rougher than her mama. But now we done went from snooty dogs. Remember, we had a little Eli. We did have a little touch of Eli down there. Because you gotta remember, Poe was messing around with a lot of North Carolina guys. And this is why we got the dogs that we was getting from North Carolina. But still, you know, Pope was into the Eli dogs because the rascal stuff, I guess. And Carver. Yeah, this is the other one. This is her. Lost her one more. I lost her in the winter. All the hair in the world, she still froze. Don't know how. All other dogs was just fine. She was the only dog that wasn't. That's what made me start putting flaps on my dog houses. I used flaps from that point on my dog houses up north. But she was a good bred dog, as you can see. And this is a James Pope breeding. James lined me up with it. I took her up there, made the breeding, got my pups, gave James one. You know, James didn't keep dogs long. He probably ended up taking that puppy somewhere and ended up selling her. But we only had 3 puppies. The male died, and then we had 2 females. You know? And we had bred to this dog. You know, I left on a Thursday, and I didn't get back until Wednesday. I spent a lot of time up with TKO. He kind of reminded me of Angel. The guy that had Angel's Apache. They was like 2 Latinos, and they had this real nice, smooth demeanor. But you could tell they didn't take shit. You could tell these dudes, you could tell Angel and this Facada dude, you could tell they was no nonsense dudes because they was both like in the martial arts, like, you know. You could tell that they could fight. Me being a Marine and our ghetto mentality, you know what I'm saying? We spot out things like that. You know, their demeanor was real laid back, but you could tell just the way they acted and talked that, you know, these dudes was not for no foolish shit. But I had a nice time and I learned a lot, you know, understanding why Pope liked those rascal dogs. You know, they produced a lot of decent dogs. You know, everybody didn't make it to the box, but even the dogs that didn't make it to the box, they was, you know, had the ability to produce dogs. You know, and Pope was really on that. He was really into that. Still, one thing for damn sure, look at the breedings of the dogs that we didn't came up with at this point. Okay? Now, this is how we ended up into the rascal dogs, the Eli dogs. Yeah, if I had it over to do again, was I really paying too much attention to, you know, breeding? No. I only bred Dusty because Pope wanted me to. Then look, after she had the puppies, I went and matched her. You know? To settle a beef between, Pope talk shit, Cash talk shit. So, you know, between them, I got stuck in the middle. You know? And ended up getting beat by the very person that taught me how to match dogs. And told me what I did wrong and what I should have done to win that match. Okay. Who would be the next one? Let me see. Give me a chance here, guys. I gotta go check out my next move. I think Mikey would be our next one, wouldn't he? No, Ratchet. Yeah, Ratchet. We ain't got the Mikey in them yet. No, we got one more. We got Ratchet. And then the Bosco and shit.
We got Ratchet, Bosco, and Timex.
And Timex, yeah. Rascal, Bosco, and Timex. Okay. So let me see. Okay, who am I looking for now, Mike? Ratchet. Yeah, Ratchet. There you go. Again, remember Dusty was produced by James Pope off of Shirley. And I'm going to show you another dog that we got from James Pope. This is another dog we got from Pope. Now, James Hatchet 2, James Wonder, James Hatchet 2, James Wonder, brother sister breeding. James Pope is the breeder. And that's old Reverend Dax Sisu. Reverend Dax Sisu Pope. Yep. And Lattimore's Daz, my little protege, when he was on the show, he used to talk about the guy who had the dog across the street from the field. He was out there with his dog all the time. This is the dog he was talking about. Daz. There goes Stevenson's Big Ben. And there goes Snake Man's Ernie Buck. There go Low Posse's Buster. Now keep in mind now, remember when I met Pope, you could tell Pope was messing around down there with them guys because everybody that I knew in this paperwork, Pope knew them. They go Low Posse's Buster and Queen down at the bottom. See Kim? The Snake and they go Low Posse's Buster, Ernie Buck. Now, I didn't know much about this dog, but I know that Syke Sampson got a lot of conversation. You know, a lot of guys was talking about this Syke Sampson dog. And I always reminded Pope that we beat Buster D. They champion Buster D. You know what I'm saying? I always had that, well, we beat that shit before. Because Pope, he'd take something and run with it like Don King, you know what I mean? Because the dog was heavy, Low Posse's Buster. And he had Big Ben in him. So there's a lot of attributes to him. And one thing about it, let me tell y'all something. This was a good dog. To me, he didn't have the ability the Judo had. Because Pope had a couple of these dogs out there. And Judo seen at least 3 of them. Even Ratchet. Took them all out. He took them all out. All of them. All of them got picked up. That head style, he was taking off heads. He beat, it was 3 of them. Damien, remember the boy got bit with Damien. Almost got his hand taken off. Ratchet, and there was one more, I forgot what his name was. Nope, not Hatchet, because Hatchet was the daddy.
Ratchet, Damien.
Damn, I can't remember the other one. The dude on the east side. Yeah. Cannot remember the other guy, but there was 3 of them. All 3 of them was put on Judo. We put Ratchet on Judo. And before we put Ratchet on Judo, we had put Ratchet on Damon, his brother. It was a good one. I mean, none of them quit. Didn't not one of them quit. Did none of these dogs that we put Judo on, did none of them quit, but they damaged that they took on their heads. They couldn't nobody touch Judo. Judo just rolled their head and was taking heads off. But you see how the dogs are bred. This is a James Pope breeding. Wonder was a pretty nice one. Yeah, dude named Jabbo. Jabbo had Wonder. She won. I think this is how it went. I know she won. And then after her win, which was a great match, you know, they got to hanging out. You know, Pope had his problems, and him and Jabbo was running together. That's how Jabbo ended up with Wonder. You know, out there enjoying themselves, you know, doing the old Pookie move, you know. Instead of taking care of the dog, left her outside on the porch while they was hanging out, came back, Wonder was dead.
I'm going to give a big shout out to Pony representing Huntsville, Alabama. What up, homie?
What's up, homie? You know, the Bailises come out of, the Bailises, we come from Huntsville. The family origin of the Bailis family comes from Huntsville, Alabama. Grandpa owned some of that land that the university was on. And still on, you know. Yeah, we even had a graveyard down there. The Bailis graveyard, where all the Bailises were being buried.
So big shout out to Pony, homie.
But yeah, definitely a good dog. This is the dog that stopped Dusty's brother. You know, me and Pope ran into our little class. You know, you were talking shit about how Joe Red would beat up Ratchet. We always said, you know how we is. We bulldogging. You know, Ratchet over here with us now. You know what I'm saying? Go get that motherfucker. You know? Yeah, we put a little wager on it. And put this dog right here on Ratchet. Eli, I guess. On Joe Red, yeah. Yeah, we put Ratchet on Joe Red. 19 minutes, y'all. Dog had mouth. Ratchet was game. He just lacked ability. That's why Joe Red, he had ability. He had good ability. But this day, I think Ratchet, we've been hanging out, we're going hard too long because Ratchet came in there biting on a good day. That day there, he was biting. And all the ability Joe Red put on him, Joe Red was feeling them hits. He couldn't get him a lot, but boy, when he got him, boy, he put the pain on his ass. Had his ass standing there. He didn't want to come back over there and take no more of them hits. Ratchet was still going hard crazy. You already know how we do it. We scratching. But this was a good dog. Never got no puppies out of him. Never bred him. One day I went out and fed him. I used to keep him on a line. He didn't even run on a chain. I had him hooked to a line. 1 minute I feed him. I go in the house. I come back out. He dead. I mean, he just dead. Just like he just dropped dead or something. Hurt my feelings. Because I love Ratchet. Not just because he beat Joe Red. Because, you know, listening to Pope, this dog was bred great. You know, I was never a fan of the Buster D stuff, but I had Solo, and I was definitely a fan of Solo. I was definitely a fan of Bruiser. I was definitely a fan of the dogs that we had. You know, because there was a lot of talk about the dogs that we had. Everybody was talking about how good our dogs was bred. You know, I'm still learning pedigrees at this time, but I'm more concerned on the performance. Because I got crazy guys around me. Pope, he used to scratch Shirley from the attic. We have a dog down in the basement, and Pope would go way up into the attic and cut Shirley loose. Shirley come out of that attic all the way down, got down through the house, all the way down to the basement and run right in there, jump over the box and jump in there and jump on the dog. That was Shirley. Shirley too. So now this is where we start. As you notice, we're getting closer and closer. And we do have black dogs. These are black dogs. BA, blood, black dogs. Ratchet, black dog. Okay, who would be my next one? That would be, hold on. Let me see, guys. I got to find my next dog here. Timex. Timex was not before Mikey, though. So the next one would be Mikey. Or would it? Yeah, because I met Millbuster. Yep, that's right, because we would have been matching Timex. Yeah, Mikey was the next one. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm going to find him here. There you go. Yeah, I'm just going through them, guys, just showing you. Like I always said, I was probably one of the most luckiest guys in the dog game to be able to come into the game with the right kind of people around me. By now, by the time we get to Mikey, me, I guess, we never had a problem with Cash. That was a James Pope and a Cash thing. Because Cash never did step, even though, yeah, he can always talk shit and say, yeah, he did beat us. But he didn't ride on that. If anything, he enhanced on it because this is how we got a chance to go to Detroit. Prior to that, we was taking, but Joe Red went with Pepsi. Remember Pepsi and then we went up to Buffalo. And we won one with Pepsi and then we lost one with Pepsi. But she wasn't my dog, but I was the one conditioning her. By now, I know how to condition, because Cash taught me how to condition. Okay, but by this time, I got my KP in the house. By the time we get a hold of Mikey, I got KP in the house because now he gives me a dog. Yeah, this is the dog that he gave me. And it was a gift from Millbuster Kennels. My KP now, he been, by this time, he been moving around doing the dogs and, he was into them red boy dogs. Probably why he liked it Amber, because shortly after all this, Amber becomes part of the picture. Then the Jeep bitch. Remember, don't forget the Jeep bitch. Okay, here's the next dog right here. Here go Millbuster. This is how it was bred. This is the dog that I got from my KP. The first dog my KP gave me was this dog right here. Again, he had to go sit down and do some things, and this is one of the dogs that he gave me. He was a puppy. He even gave me the paperwork written out. He said, get and make sure you get the dog's this dog registered. Again, I had to break it down and look at it, and Pope gave me the rundown. Keeping in mind now, my KP, when he got Amber, this was the first breeding that he made with Amber when he got Amber. He bred Amber to rock a Stonewall. If I'm correct. Because he also had that little Jeep bitch. It could have been the Jeep bitch that he bred to him. But I always thought it was Rocker Stonewall, but it might have been the little Jeep bitch, Too Sweet Bottom, that he bred to Rocker Stonewall. But I know he had bred to Rocker Stonewall. He was talking about it a lot. But this is the little mare that we got. Raised him up. And was on a big car with him. By now we playing and getting every opportunity we can. Do we get a chance to get in there and get on one of them big cars they was having? And this was one of those cars they were having with all the big dog men was in town, and we was on the card. And this is the dog that we took. Everybody betted against us that night. We was going into the Legion of Doom. I think everybody was there just to see old Bill Struthers. You know, with the Legion of Doom. We came in with this dog here, and he surprised me. We knew he was good. But I had him in great shape, y'all. He went 100 miles an hour. He put something on their ass. Never was in trouble. He was on a hard-biting dog, too. He was on a hard-biting dog. Kept trying to go to his face. Because Mikey was getting in there. He was getting him. Fast-paced. Game as hell. Screaming to go back. I ain't done with him yet. Why in the fuck is y'all keep hounding me? Because the more they kept getting their handle, trying to save their dog's ass because they were good handlers. He was a good handler. He kept that dog out of trouble. That dog turned, and once them scratches started, every time the dog got in trouble, boy, he could get that little swoop up in there and get that dog right up out of there. But I learned a lot that night. Legion of Doom taught me a lot that night. But you see how he's bred. First sign of Red Boy, right there. First signs of Buck, right there. It was this stuff right here, down here at the bottom, that my KP started talking a lot about that Buck stuff, that led me to Stone City.
And to be honest, that's that same shit we still fucking with now.
Yeah. Yep. Red Boy, Eli, G. Yep.
Yep. Same shit we got now to this day.
Sure is. Sure is.
20-some years later.
Down to 25. Down there 30. 30 years.
For all those who know what we were saying, 30 years later, we still got down there the same shit to this day.
Yeah, this is Mikey. He won Best in Show trophy that night. Should have got Gamers to show. They didn't want to give us the King Squeak. We were the youngest bulldoggers in the house. But they had to give it to us because we beat the Legion. Got to give us that trophy because they beat the Legion of Doom. Them boys hadn't lost in a while. And this is where we beat him, with a Red Boy Buck Cross with some Jeep in it. Same old shit. That's Stone City shit. If you look at it the way it is, that's Stone City shit. Yellow. Miss Nico had Buck and Jeep. He was a red and white dog. He was red, but he had that white stripe right down the center of his face. And boy, was he a good one. My conditioning was on the par for this one here because everybody kept on saying how good the Legion was. That's just when I start noticing they were talking about the Legion the night that Fergie went in the tadpole with a dog named Fergie's grand champion Brunson went into tadpole. Fat Bill and them. And I still remember the damn dog's name. Damn, I just had it in there. Tadpole and Brunson went that night. Earlier, because we was late getting there, grand champion Duke, that went on to beat the dog to beat Robert T. He was the dog that fought before, because we saw the Tadpole Brunson match. We didn't see the Legion of Doom's Doom. But Doom went that same night. He just went before we got there. Again, riding on the coattail of Hal Cash. Hal Cash took us down there to Ricky Jones. We got a chance to see Satan do his thing with Kenny Allen. Ohio Cash did a lot of stuff with us. Maybe because we had all the money in the cars to ride with. But, you know, Ohio Cash was definitely my mentor, and wherever he wanted to go, that's where we went. We got to meet Mama, the Masons, the Abrahams, McNasty, Big Ralph, Nooney. Hey, Big Leonard. I mean, we seen all of them running around with Ohio Cash. Yes, he was the catalyst of the creation of Going Hard Kennels. Definitely that. You know, we carried the name, but you know, it was him. He was the catalyst of us meeting all these great kennels. But you see the breeding, still another good breeding. You know, and you know, by the time I got to Windy City, you know, by the time I got to Windy City, I knew who Windy City was. I know who Brian Bailey was. I know who Katie Marlowe was, you know, because by then, Dan Crenshaw, by then, you know, I didn't met Norman. You know, I'm almost at the point where I needed to be. But one thing about it, they was talking about the Going Hard twins. Better look out for them boys. One thing you got to say about them, they have some nice bred dogs. Boy, when they figure it out, y'all gonna be in some trouble. Cash always said that when y'all figure it out, y'all gonna be hard to whoop. Cause y'all done seen enough damn good dogs that y'all can't have a weak one. A weak one to stand out on you, cause y'all know what a good one look like. And he was right. He was right. We always talk shit about the RC dogs because we beat one with judo, you know.
We ain't won.
We didn't think we beat. We didn't really understand why we got it. You know what I'm saying? The little posse Buster D shit. We was frowning with that because we beat it. Why we getting shit that we beat? But we had it and we could win when we won with them. Okay. Now, what would be the next one, Mike? After Mikey. Timex. Yeah. No. The Jeep bitch. The Jeep bitch. The Jeep bitch. Here, let me go find the Jeep bitch. Mm-hmm. She feeds me. Gets whatever she wants. Okay, guys. The next dog I'm going to be bringing up is her name was Goldie. Hold on, I'm trying to find her. Let's see if I can find the right one. There's another one here, Goldie. I'm trying to think what was under. Let me see, what was her name? Mm-hmm. No, Rick Arnello had her. I remember him, but I know they wrote one on her where Garrett said on there that, you know, the last one that had this dog was these boys. I'm just trying to find her. What now? pedigree. It ain't this. Because we know that's a lie. Matter of fact, this ain't even her. No, that's not even her. Hold on, guys. It's going to take me a second right here. I got to go find her.
That's a lot of dogs you got to go through, bro.
Oh, my God. 10 pages? No. Damn, what was her mother's name? Hold on. Let me see. She was triple bred Jeep. I was trying to remember. And I know I got her. I've seen it before. Let's see. Here's Jeep. Let's see. Let's go, Dean. I just can't remember. No, that's not it. Okay. Yeah, I might have to skip her. Let me see. I know it was Garrett's Goey. But they called her something else. It was still Garrett's Goldie, but it was something else. But she was definitely off a Jeep. But she was triple bred Jeep. I just cannot remember all the dogs.
Well, she's the last of you, right?
Yeah, she was. And I usually can find it just real quick. You know what I mean?
Go to page 10. Wasn't Kate? Was it off that Kate letter?
Let's see. Just give me a second here, guys. I'm gonna do a quick rundown through here.
I seen Kate in there. She was on the first page.
I know she was related to the swamp dog. I just can't remember the name that she was under.
Go back to page 1. Go to Kate.
Kate is
Tab.
Rascal. I mean, we can just slide
There's
down
Kate
through
right
here.
there.
Yeah, but she wasn't off of Kate. No, it wasn't Kate. Just ride down through here with me right quick. We can go through them real quick. All you gotta do is just look for Goldie. Cause she's down here somewhere in here, and I cannot remember the damn female, the mama. And it's not gonna just be Goldie. It's gonna say something else wrong with it. Let's just Weezer. Up, Born to Win. That was her mama. That was her mama name. That's her. All I had to do is remember the mama. There go Arnello.
There's Goldie
And
right
there
there.
go Miss
Swenson.
Goldie. That's what they called her. There she goes. Here she goes. I found her. That's her. James Gray had this dog. A great dog later on was sold to Growing Kennels. Yeah. This was one that another one that James Pope orchestrated. Yes, we had a triple bred Jeep bitch. She had 3 legs. She reminded you of. They said that all she did, she was losing and was scratching like she was winning with a leg that was there barely hanging on. They ended up cutting it off at the shoulder. She didn't have a snub or nothing. You know, she was empty. Wasn't no leg there. No leg at all. One of the gamest 3-legged dogs you ever want to see. She died on our yard. She lived out her final years on Going Hard's yard. Was buried on the yard. Her and Amber was the only dogs that I buried. Her and Amber. 2 of the best females as far as, you know, you couldn't ask for 2 gamer dogs with all the obstacles and things that they had. You know, these bulldogs, when they went out doing what they loved. Both of them. On their deathbed, they went out doing what they loved. 2 good dogs. See, all I had to do was remember the mama. Once I seen that Swenson's Born to Win, that was her. Never did get any puppies out of her, guys.
First of all, she was too damn crazy.
Yeah. One thing about it, she was crazy. She was definitely a crazy dog. And she was a red nose. Like a buckskin red-nosed bulldog. Would have loved to breed her. Okay, that was our next one. Then don't forget little Bosco. Yeah, we gotta do the Bosco. Yeah, that was Scody. Okay, let me go get my next one.
Keep in mind, fellas, these are the dogs that actually passed through our hands. So remember what I was saying. If we only knew then what we know now. This is what it looks like when you be thinking, damn. Because we smarter now. We a little bit more educated. But we were getting better and better, as y'all see, as we moving up. But the type of dogs and the class, it never changed.
Never changed. Okay, here's our next one coming up, fellas. And as you see, we still ain't got into the yellow dogs yet. Here's our next dog. Bred by James Pope. We had Little Bosco. Yep, he was a slow starter. He reminded me of Joe Red. You know.
Shirley too.
Yep, he was coming off of Shirley too. Good dog. But he couldn't handle the pressure. One, he was a slow starter. That was one thing that we didn't like. We didn't like the slow start. James gave us one, and I think we never liked him because Shirley never came back home. After Pope made this breeding right here, Shirley never came back. Only the puppies came back. And one of those puppies was Little Bosco, little black and white dog. All black with a big old, damn near looked just like Rascal. Big old white stripe down the middle of his head. But he we put Ratchet on him, and he didn't like it. Maybe we did it when he was a little too young. Maybe we didn't give him time to mature. But he wasn't hitting our standard of the yard. He wasn't looking like Dusty and Crybaby and Ratchet and Judo. He wasn't. He didn't look the par or play the part of these dogs. So he didn't make the squad. Again, papers didn't mean shit to me back then. But I think I always had something against the dog because I could never understand why Pope left Shirley. I was always thinking, it was one of his geeker moments. Because why would you let a dog like Shirley get away? I always talk shit about that. How did you let your best dog get away? When he made his breeding, Shirley never came back. And then all of a sudden now you got Shirley went from Pope Shirley 2 to Wood Shirley 2. Yep. Black Jack's mom. This is the breeding that produced Black Jack's mama. Sibling was Amber. Let's see if I can find it in another way. There you go. Going hard Kennels, Little Bosco to Woods Amber. Offspring, Black Girl. Black Girl produced Black Jack. Bosco Jr., Little Bosco looked just like Black Jack with that white stripe across his head, but his was a little wider and went straight through the middle up to the top of his head. That little female bred, the big case of produced the black girl. That's how I was breeding that right there. Remember, by now, this is how I was able to go up to James Crenshaw's yard and get Lumpy later on. Because Pope knew James Crenshaw. Remember, he the one that went and got the Jeep bitch. Yeah, they talking about Gator. Yeah, they had a lot of puppies. They had like 6 puppies. We went up there and got Lumpy, and she was in heat, and James took her and bred her the Gator. Went up there on Friday and didn't leave until Monday. He said, y'all stick around and we'll breed her a couple of times the Gator before you leave. And she ended up having 6 puppies. And then not long after that, my boys from Deep South went up and got another son off of Blackjack, the one that I accidentally killed during the keep. So we was definitely messing around with the right people. Definitely messing around with the right people. Now, after Shirley 2, after Little Bosco, during this time we got Bosco, Ratchet, all them on the yard. Then the Jeep bitch. And then Timex came before Amber. Yeah. Next one, y'all. Next dog we got was, hold on. What was our next one, Mike?
Timex.
There you go.
Right there. A type of baby.
Here's the next dog we got right here. Don't look like much, do it? Now, the way we acquired this dog was, again, running around with B.O.B. and Daryl Downs. Went down to Massillon. Daryl Downs hooked us up with this guy that had these dogs. And Daryl said, you need to get these dogs here. You know, Butch and my KP was pretty cool, and we was pretty cool with him. So me and him rolled down there, and we got these dogs. I paid $300 for mine, and I think he paid like $350 for Satan. And then later on, they went back and got the sister. But you really don't see much here, right? But there's a whole lot of bulldog here. This guy right here is Sam Lambira. Remember I was telling y'all about Tornado? And James Powell, this is the guy that Powell was sending those dogs to. This old man right here, this was his family of dogs. You know, these dogs, if you notice, look how he's naming them. Klein's Dolomite Dottie, Klein's Dolomite D, Klein's Dynamo Buster. And believe me, Timex's name was not Timex on his pedigree. It was Dybo something. But every dog that I've shown y'all, all were ADBA registered. Let me see if I can see it on his living. Let me see siblings. Yeah, there you go. These are his siblings. See, Dabo Cherry. You know, Satan, his name wasn't Satan either. It was Dynamite something.
All of them was independent.
But these three, it was Timex, Satan, and this female here in Hickory. All these three dogs, when I seen them, these three dogs was in a cage together. And they would eat your ass up. These was man eaters. They were very, very aggressive. I mean, I'm surprised that we was able to even get the damn dogs. You know, I was scared of them. But I trained guard dogs. But, you know, I never dealt with one. You know, BA taught me to be a little cautious about these pit bulls that was attack dogs. You know what I'm saying? But these were very, very vicious dogs. But Lord knows, let me tell you something. Some of the best damn dogs I've ever seen. Because a little conflict, just a little conflict, you know, created a rift where this dog got poisoned. And we believe that he poisoned him because of a girl. You know, and he really hated the fact that we had one of them. I think he wanted them all to himself. He didn't want us with it. But Timex was a good one. We bred him to a female. He had a nice ass little puppies acting wild, then got out the cage and ran over there to their daddy, and he killed every single one of them. Little puppies too, about 6, 7 weeks old. Got out, ran around. I had Timex out on the chain when I should have had him in a cage. Especially knowing that the puppies would get out, but I didn't think he would kill puppies. He killed every single puppy that ran up on him. I came home, I got destruction all over my yard where puppies and ran up to him and he just them biting them heads off, crushing them, all kind of crazy shit. But he was next on our list while we was getting ready to match him at the time. I had literally took him off the yard, put him in my neighbor's yard, you know, to keep all wandering eyes off of him, and ended up showing this guy here where he was at. We used to all run together, and got up the next morning to go feed him, and he was gone after the little incident we had. You know, vet said he died, somebody poisoned him. I definitely took his dead body to the vet to see why is a perfectly good dog got his nose buried like he dug a hole and had his nose stuck in it. That's how I found him. So I took him to the vet and wanted to know what killed him. The vet said somebody poisoned him. This dog right here, same pedigree, was one of the hardest dogs you ever wanted to see to beat. He should have been ranked up there in the dog of the year. And that this is early 90s, early 90s. A dog won in 5 different states in the 5 big kennels. We did a story on him before. Remember I told you he beat Rosterman, True Colors, Abrahams, and Kenny Allen. No, Ricky was together. Yeah. And Himmler, he was a good kennel. I don't remember the name of the kennel, but it was Satan's first match. That was the match against Judo. We was on the same card with Judo. Yeah, we was on the same card with Judo the first time Satan went down. And then everybody after that, we went for the world. But this dog right here don't look like much though, right? But it's Eli. We're dealing with Eli dogs. Don't look like much, right? But look who his sibling is. That's his little mate brother. Dog of the year in 1985. Grand Champion Luther. Nope, nothing. One dog scratched back into him. Everybody else he murked. Matter of fact, I don't think none scratched back to him. I think, he was on a 7-dog winning streak, DOAs, before the dog that got away quit. But this was Legion of Doom. Bill Struthers. This is Legion of Doom's Luther. Legion of Doom's Duke is out of this line of dogs. So it don't look like much there, do it? But gotta think, this is the same line of dogs to beat 9-time winner Robert T. Same line of dogs. Same line of dogs that Mikey beat. Why they were so high on him. I ain't done yet. This is Satan. Remember, here's the sibling. Remember this little female here? This is what she produced. Champion BJ, Champion Charlie, and Champion Shy Girl. But KP was partners with this dog. This dog right here, he came from Greg Lushford from Bluegrass. Same place that he got the Amber came from. This dog right here was the dog that we put little Mayday on and had everybody scratching their head about the Mayday dog when they seen him on this dog. Because this dog right here was the dog was going into, this was the dog that was going into Tyrone at the time of Tyrone's death. This is the dog that was hooked into Tyrone. Who's that? Yeah, Charlie was a 4-time winner, and I think Tyrone was too. Yeah, both of them was going for their grand championship. Would have been a good one. But one thing I saw one night before a big show, we was rolling dogs before a great big show, and we got a chance to see Lil Mayday on him. In 15 minutes, boy, they were talking about you need to get him. He was getting Charlie up out of there. Boy, Charlie was taking some punches to that stifle, boy. But we knew we had a good one. That's when everybody in Akron started talking about the Mayday dogs because of what he did to Charlie. Charlie was nothing to be played with. It would take all night. He's not going nowhere until they beat you. You know, like I said, him and my KP went in half on this dog here. Got it from Greg Lester. They had a little falling out, and my KP was like, man, just give me my half and you can keep the dog. He don't even want to be bothered with just dealing with the dude anymore. So he sold his share of him. But, you know, prior to that, they had already made that breeding to this little female here. After she had the puppy, this dog was never supposed to be matched. The man, when he gave my boy the dog, he told him, the dog ain't supposed to be matched. He wanted him to breed the dog and send the dog back. This dude then went out there and won 2 with her, and then took her into a grand champion basically, and she lost game. Had to pick her up, and she ended up dying. So Mr. Klein never got her back. But that's the type of dude this dude was. He was a little he put you in the mind of a little rat. You can't trust him as far as you can see him. Good people at times, but more of a rat than he was a good person. Everybody in Akron, Ohio jumped on the Satan bandwagon. My KP and him made this happen and got good dogs out of it. There was more than just him. I can name there was more than just them. It was BJ, Charlie, Shy Girl, Lester. There was one named Lester. He was a 2-time winner. He quit, going for his championship. And then you had Ernie, Loctite Kennels Ernie. All them dogs was in the litter. BJ, Shy Girl, Charlie, Lester, and Loctite's Ernie. So you can see these would be, you don't have to have a pretty pedigree to make great dogs. But they had the right dogs in their pedigree. Now you hear me talk about Sam Lambert a lot. But if you go and do your research, you'll find him and Frank Bunce. And remember, I ain't never met the man, but I knew the man. Never met him, but I knew him. And here I go, I find him down here in Satan's pedigree. And the same guy you'll find over there in double Grand Champion Tornadoes pedigree. So the people that we was running around with, same thing with Lester Weezer and Lester's Kentucky Shine. Little May brother to this dog is, as you see, 2-time winner Hard Time, greatest cool buck. The Louisiana, Arkansas boys, they had this stuff here. Yeah, Hard Time's a 2-time winner. Sugar was a 1-time winner. And there go old Powell's Lil Amos. Yes, and that is Cheryl Powell. Again, North Carolina. Old Cheryl. So these were good lines of dogs. You'll be surprised. Remember Lester's champion wrangler? Greg Lester from Bluegrass Kennel, Bluegrass champion wrangler, same guy. So as you see, we hung around and we was constantly embedded into the dog game based on the people that we were around. Based on the people that we were around. This is how we had the opportunity. Remember, I had the Jeep bitch. KP knew about the Jeep bitch. He loved the Jeep bitch. There was 2 dogs that he loved. He loved the Jeep bitch and Amber. Amber is coming up next. But we bulldogging by the time we got to those dogs there. By the time these dogs started coming around, yeah, we were out there bulldogging. It was definitely starting to get a little warm. By this time, we done already seen Queen, Martell, and Radar, Boss Man. King David lose. We saw King David quit. We seen Roadblocks Tater. Roadblocks Champion Tater. Seen Champion Stein. Miles Davis. You know, these were all the great dogs that was moving around during that time. We had a chance to see a lot of them. You know, boys up in New York was running some good ones. Yeah, Champion Kango. New York Junior. Yeah, we seen all them.
Roy Jones.
Yeah, Roy Jones.
Pitbull Bramble had one up there.
Yeah, Pitbull Bramble. He he used to be he used to have some dogs too. We seen one in what was his name? Aaron Pryor. Yeah, Aaron Pryor. You've seen them both in the box before. They was dog men.
R.I.P. to Pitbull Bramble.
Yeah, Pitbull Bramble. He died.
Yeah. R.I.P.
R.I.P. Pitbull Bramble. Yeah, he has some nice dogs too. Believe that. I guess when you got a good career like that, you know what I'm saying, you can't do nothing but see the best in them. We seen a lot of people out there, y'all. That was definitely a lot of dog men. It was like a fraternity. It was like a fraternity. All it take is 1 week link. That's all it took was 1 week link. And the dude that had Satan was that weak link. You know, my KP, he let him go just in time. But, you know, we fell out over a chick, a chick that, was good family and friends with us, been around us. He fell in love with the coochie. Tried to turn her into a housewife, and that was not going to work. He ended up wanting to poison the dog, so that really cut our communication. I was still cool with him because, he's still alive. But best thing to do if you ain't gonna kill him is leave him alone. You know what I'm saying? So we left him alone. And he turned around and got a lot of people busted. A lot of people. I forgot what that dog's name was. He was Texas. Texas Pete. Yeah, he came. We had a big show in Akron, and they all got raided. And Texas Pete was one of those dogs going for his. Actually, he had won, and they was going out the spot and walked right into the raid. So Texas Pete got taken that day. A couple of dogs got taken that day. A couple of dog men from all over the country got taken in that day. And, the question's always been, was it a setup from the start? A lot of people was wondering if, because he testified, but he testified under, secretly. When guys went to trial, he never got up there in front of the trial, and that's where a lot of those guys who took their cases to trial, they ended up getting those cases dropped. And a lot of guys pled out. Some guys didn't. And in the long run, when the force came down, they need to see the person testifying against them, and they went on ahead and took a deal to try to let it go. The things were never right after that, For anybody to even want to be in the same building with somebody who didn't work with the police doing anything illegal, you would be a damn fool. So a lot of us, lot of guys, a lot of us, we turned our back and looked the other way when it came to him. So my next one, while we still on the bluegrass ride train, this will be our next dog again, KP. This dog came from the KP. We talked about, and this was our first change right here. After Timex, now we got Timex. We had the Jeep bitch, and this was our next bitch. This bitch was pulled out of the box on a pickup to a champion. Saved her life. That dog, that's Lester's Wrangler. Bluegrass Kennels is the same Greg Lester that had Jesse, that producer of those Satan dogs. I think you'll even see him Wrangler being bred to one of those dogs. I forgot which one it was, but not off of Amber. It was Wrangler. Wrangler was bred off of one of these dogs. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Bam Bam, Grady's Bubba, Kentucky Shine. That's who it was. Grady's Bubba. Yeah, that's Kentucky Shine. The mama, the Cool Buck, and Jesse. Yeah, Cool Buck, Hard Times. You don't even see Jesse's name up there, but Jesse, he should have been a POR. He is a POR based on the dog that he produced. Yep, Locks Jesse. You know what I mean? But all these are all in the makings of a lot of this stuff. Again, remember I said every dog that we got that was worth a damn came through our KP. And this is where our life changed. Because when he sent me, remember I told you he's always sending me to go get shit, right? But this is one of those missions he sent me on. And this was after me and him rode to do this breeding. The Grand Champion Ace breeding. They go, those Big Mama, that's the termite breeding. There was another one. There was another one off of Amber too. Wasn't just Big Mama, because we had another one, and what we did, we actually master, and she quit. Yep, she was off of termite and Amber, and it wasn't Big Mama. But there's the breeding right there, termite to Amber. But there was another female. There was a female in that litter, because most of the litter got stolen. Somebody literally broke into his house, took the red ones out, and left the two brindle bitches. Took all the little red nosed puppies out of there, and took the two brindle and left the two brindle bitches. I mean, literally broke into his house to steal the dogs. But the one, it wasn't the Arsenal, but there was another one. I forgot what her name was, but yeah, we had matched her and she quit. quit in like 27 minutes. Out of the same breeding here. So, yep. So when we told Black Ice that we bred, and that's not true about him having all black puppies, it's not true. There's a proof is in the pudding. Grandma was another. This dog right here, for this dog not to know who the offspring, the daddy was of this dog, this is one of them litters that Amber had. This little grandma dog was one badass dog. Let me tell y'all something, man. Oh, grandma, she was one of the best dogs my boy Arsenal had. Arsenal is the same Arsenals that has the champion boss lady. Another dog from our KP. He's like the other half. Me and him are good. We're close. We're all. Yeah, he's the one that has that grand champion Mr. Mayday dog. He's the one that produced the George dog, the Satan stuff. You know, when I went up, I actually gave him Reba. I don't know what we was doing. I think we was breeding Reba to George. I know something came up where I actually gave him Reba. Reba was off of Satan and Grand Champion Sable. But Amber was our next one. Remember I told you me and my boy went up there and bred the Ace our early years. I say early years, I mean, he came and got me, and I went with him. You know, that's how we was. He'd come and get me. So, same thing when he came and got me to go and breed to Angel's Apache. Me and him riding together, and this is how we ran across Mayday with this bitch. Didn't have no puppies. Ended up seeing Mayday and Choice and Dolly, and a great weekend hanging out there with Angel, and the rest became history. You know, and that's where it began, and we've been dealing with these lines, right? This line of dogs, buck dogs with the Jeep ever since. You know. So I'm gonna hold it up right there, and that's just our beginning. You know, by the time we got our hands on Amber, we were seasoned. You know, he sent me up to Buffalo to Sean B. Sean B, the one that had Champion Justice, was the one who had Amber and the Ace Pups. And I went up there and I picked them up from Sean, and the rest is history.
All right, fellas, didn't mean to keep y'all out here all night and everything, but this is one of them things that when I would be like, you know what, y'all, y'all got a chance to see what we was dealing with at our beginnings and what it looked like. Gotta admit, just a lot of opportunity, a lot of bad things that happened, but then again, we kept growing. Nothing really set us back, even though sometimes that shit hurts, but then you notice the mistakes stop happening. And more popular we got, the stealing never stopped. You know what I'm saying? But this is them times when we try to give y'all hope when you sit down and think about, man, if I knew back then what I know now, it would have been so much what we would have done different. And I ain't even gonna bullshit you. So much. When we look back on it now, we talk about the things we should have done and could have done and wish we had it done. On top of the shit you already see what we was doing. So understand and believe that sometimes you can prevent a lot of the things that we were doing when we didn't know no better by just listening, to what other people say that will prevent you from making them same mistakes. That's why I really wanted to have a conversation. No, we know now. I know what we had back then now. Back then, I didn't know. We didn't understand it that well. But when I look back on it now, look, fellas, y'all don't need to be working with half the shit that we was working with. But we just showing you, we were lucky enough to come in with great dogs.
Great people.
Because we were dealing with great people. Look at the names. Them names should be familiar to everybody out there if you're in the bulldog game. Familiar, at least looking at the pedigrees, these should be familiar names. There's a lot of guys who had dogs damn near like us. We weren't the only ones out there with dogs. We weren't the only ones they was out there dealing with. We were just fortunate enough to get our hands on them. But imagine if we knew what we knew now back then. We would have never let Dusty die because of that loss. I sure would, I don't know. The Red Ace situation was, she never made it back home either. Because that's just another turning point in our career where Mo just was not, he couldn't do it. I didn't, me and him fell out behind that. He my twin. I argued that day. But he had to sit me and calm me down because when I clock out, I didn't give a damn about none of them people out there. But he had to calm me down and I let him do what he wanted to do. But I knew then that it changed him. Because if he could do that to her, anything less than that didn't have a chance on that yard. That's why it was easy for us to go from 80 to 40. He knew what he wanted. He stood on what he wanted. And he gave, and everything that didn't make it, he gave it a good home. And that, for me, starting at Amber, our lives in the Bulldog game changed from that point forward. It changed from that point forward. And already know, we was already raising hell before that. But who would have ever thought it would have got to the degree it had got to after we left Ohio? We playing in somebody else's backyard. We were actually supposed to be down here in Bulldog country. We couldn't tell. We just left the Detroit, New York, DMV area. So, shit, they couldn't tell us shit when we came down through here.
True.
So, what did we get out of the night? Okay, all of us have that moment. Man, if I wish I had known.
Yeah, then it gives everybody an idea that we wasn't just Mayday.
No. Look at it, fellas. We was never just about Mayday. We had a lot of great dogs on the yard that came from great dogs. Always have. But when you don't know no better, I guess that's what it looked like. We had it, but how come they never got to the heights that everything from Amber forward did? Because we did things different. We didn't have the little stupid mistakes. We was always keeping dogs on the leash. Hell, Mo went double collar, double locks. There's so many things that we did after the fact. But don't feel bad because everybody has his experiences.
Yeah.
Everybody in the game probably been through the same thing we have. That's why I found it, needed to be able to have this conversation. Boy, if we knew what we knew now back then. Because if you look at our back then, knowing what we know now, you'd have been looking like, damn, y'all had shit right off a Buster? Snooty and Molly B, Double Breed, Shirley, Bosco, Rascal. Yeah. When you had it like that, they was just dogs back then, fellas.
Triple Jeep, all that shit.
Triple bred Jeeps, they was just dogs, man. But as we got older, we learned to appreciate them being more than just dogs.
Love them anyway.
We're going to love them. That's right. We love them anyway. But it was a certain standard that we got stuck into, and because of the people that we knew and our relationships with these people, as you see, we were no different than Carver and James, and Earl Tudor, or Carver and Boudreaux. I mean, look at the relationships with some of the big names that we had. Millbuster, Mountain Man, Crenshaw, Snake Man. I mean, Wildside, TKO. I mean, look at the relationship, man. That's a lot of people that made up this thing we call the fast lane. And being able to be a part of it, it just didn't come overnight, gentlemen. It took time, relationships, a little bit of luck, but a lot of work. But then a lot of fun. So, get anything out of the night, just look at it as a lesson. And we share our ups and our downs, the good and the bad. But we still made it. Never got to the heights of some of these people that you see. But guess what, fellas? We can go through pedigrees and we can find going hard in other people's shit, just like we can go through them pedigrees that we was doing in the past and find they shit. Like Cheryl Powell in the back of damn Tornadoes papers. Those things are big to us because we remember what it used to look like when we would see other people that we standing in front of them and they got great dogs and we having conversations and hoping one day that we could be able to pull that same shit off, and then to be 20-something years later, I can go back and see our name. Might be in the fourth, might be in the fifth generation. But guess what, y'all? We there. Like old Paul, like old Pope.
Names will be embedded in the game.
They forever embedded in them great dogs. Because without them, would the dog still be the same? No. You can't take out what was already there. There's nothing you can do about it. It's etched in stone. And that, to me, was an accomplishment for us 20-something years later. Because believe me, back then, we didn't give two shits about that shit. But you learn to appreciate it more when you see your proteges and other people doing what you were doing with your shit the same way we was doing with other people's shit and trying to make a name with it. So it's possible. Not trying to tell everybody, that you got to be on our level to do anything. Because we wasn't on that level at all. We had the dogs was on that level. We just wasn't. We had to bring our game up to match the type of dogs we was dealing with. And that's a lesson to be learned. While you're out there paying for shit. Out there bragging about shit. In my world, bragging and talking just don't work. What works is results. Our results was always going to be based on what came out of the box. What can it do? Can it produce? I mean, those are the major keys. Now, we're living in a whole new different time in a whole new different world. But just understand where we coming from. Because that's all we're going to be talking about any damn way. This was our life. This was our life in the game. These are the people who made it possible for us to do and be able to do and say the things that we can sit here and talk about today. Not too many of y'all can sit out there and go back and pull up some goddamn papers and find your ass in it 20 years later. Not many people can do that. I wish I had been able to understand papers when I was hanging around old Cheryl Powell to see that, hey, man, you and your Hetrick TNT and Levi and there's a dog, that brother, sister breeding you did, man, that shit gonna go down in history forever, man. That's your shit down there. The creator of the baddest bitch of all times. See, those are the kind of things that I'd be like, if y'all only knew. Because you can't hate on that kind of shit unless you can do it. You ain't got to talk about it, because I can show you. That's him. That, to me, is big. That, to me, is history. That, to me, is legendary. And R.I.P. to Cheryl Powell, R.I.P. to James Pope. Because those are major factors in our career. They have moved on, but through us, and hopefully anyone and everybody who watched this show afterwards, if you don't know who they is, I think we got enough videos out there that you will know if you really want to know. Because that's our purpose. We're never going to let them be forgotten. Just like we ain't going to let y'all forget who we are. If you don't know the twins, if you really want to know who they are, go check out the videos. So tonight, I'm going to give this to our viewers. Because it's because of y'all why we do what we do. And y'all deserve our appreciation by giving me some goddamn, help me praise y'all by giving yourself some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. You deserve muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give yourself some damn roses, roses.
Come on now.
You need damn roses.
Pay yourself, man.
Pay yourself, man.
Button and hold it.
Just hold this shit.
Pay yourself, Shark
I mean, you
Tank.
was there for the show, man.
Yeah, come on now. Y'all gotta pay yourself.
Look, this is for yourself now. Now, y'all know I got the Cash App thing back up. Y'all know I don't be saying much about the super chats and all this other stuff. But again, there's fixing to be a big change coming in the house. Major shakeup. Major shakeup. I think we've done everything, and I always told you when we go out, we're going to go out with a bang. But this is one of the stories. This is, some of y'all might have heard this pieces by pieces, but I still see people joining. And I know over 300 some videos, I don't expect people to go out and look at all 300 something videos. But then, again, you should. Because it's free.
It's entertaining.
It's entertaining. It's knowledgeable. I think we have enough, of a reputation, that you can take our word. One thing for sure, we will let you know we don't have no problems. We don't have no reason to lie to you. And sure ain't making no money to have to get up here and do this like we gaining something. Y'all don't see me trying to sell no t-shirts or sell y'all no puppies. But it's getting down to the time that I'm trying to tell you, man, retirement ain't but right around the corner because we ain't no young bucks. Sometimes I think when people see us, they be thinking that we some ass young ass kids. Or talk like we was born in the 70s or the 80s or some shit. We early 60s babies. I mean, early like 61. Some of y'all wasn't even thought of. Now think about that. That's what you do. Think about that. So I want y'all to appreciate just the little things we do because it's the little things that y'all do to keep us doing what we do. But all good things must come to an end. So big shout out to everybody in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Big shout out to all the people across the world who watch these videos, who come through and give their little shout outs and their little the chats and, little emails and let us know what the rest of the world is doing. Yeah, that's big. Just to even be a part of that. Big shout out to all the other YouTube channels out here representing, sharing the love, because that's what it's all about anyway. This is old history. Back then, we were talking about our future and what we wanted to look like. Well, our history became our future. And I ain't really mad at it. Okay? Now it's up to y'all to be able to create the same thing. Because we have more than enough people to get us by. You're going to need the same thing.
I don't see no roses and muscles, man. Y'all ain't paying yourself tonight.
Hold on. My phone, that might be a little slow over there. That might be a little slow over there, Mo. Hold on. Uh-oh. Yeah, they there.
Oh, okay. I get ready to say, man.
Hold on.
Ain't enough.
It ain't enough. There's 50-some people in there. I mean, tell me I ain't got but 3 people doing something.
What's up with y'all, man?
What's up, man? Y'all, this ain't for us. This was for y'all. Because y'all here tonight. Y'all got a chance to hear it come out of our mouths as we went through.
Enough about it, but they be like, well, all they had was Mayday.
No, the hell they didn't. No, the hell they didn't. Mayday ain't the only thing they had. They had some shit. That's the part we're trying to get you to see. Go back and look at the shit that really made us. So by the time we actually got to Amber and the real shit, remember, there was just not Mayday. There was some goddamn ace out there, that grand champion ace, though. That Stone City shit, all that made us. Because that's what, you see so much of it now. But look at everything prior to that. We still had some badass dogs. But it was our turn. You see what it looked like to have a lot of badass dogs. That's an accomplishment. And that's what I'm looking for, the thumbs up and the roses and the damn muscles, because tonight you came by and you got a chance to hear it and see it for yourself. So from me to you, I respect that. I'm not giving myself the roses. I'm giving you the roses because you guys stuck around long enough to hear it. And to me, that means more to me than us telling you what we did. So show your appreciation. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Because that's for y'all.
Right.
Because you was here to hear it. You don't have to worry about nobody telling you. You get a chance to see it, and hopefully some of the things that we talked about tonight, I hope you can find yourself in there somewhere. Because fellas, on the way up, we always tell you, we always wanted to be like him, and him, and him, and him, and her, and him, and him. We wanted to get a piece of everybody. Why was you doing this? Mo always telling you, y'all need to be putting yourself in the mind frame of finding out why you took that bitch over there to breed to that dog. These little things matter. They do. And you don't hear us on them, none of that shit talk about going out spending no thousands of dollars on shit. Relationships. And people respecting what you're doing. Because remember, everybody's looking for somebody to make that name move forward. Remember the key? Everybody was looking for somebody to move the name forward. Y'all ain't picked that up yet? Well, check it out. Because we weren't the only ones doing it. So take it for what it's worth. Now it's up to y'all to make a different type of future. Name's gonna change, but the dog is still gonna be the same damn dog. Okay? And that's how we gonna lead this tonight. What's your dog in the night, Mo? Amber, the dog of the new millennium.
Yep.
That was the beginning of a whole new era for us, y'all.
We don't see no David Tanner never.
You don't see no David Tanner shit. No, look at that shit. Y'all already know what we did with that shit after this. Well, just pick it up. Just take that right there from what we're telling y'all and say, look at everything that they did after that. Nothing like what you seen in the beginning. Because you take everything that you seen tonight, that was the beginning, fellas. Y'all already know the story after this. And the good thing about it is, same thing that was going on back there, but, you know, everybody could go out there and win with your shit. Except for now, everybody was going out there winning with our shit. And that's a part of history. Yeah, that's the part that we was proud of. We didn't really, I don't think anybody be expecting it. But when you look back on it, you can't help but be like, so I know how Floyd and everybody else feels to have such an impact on the game. And that's our story. There's many other people out there who've got other stories, fellas. We're just sharing ours. So show some love. Don't forget, we're going to be back here Tuesday. And hopefully, just hopefully, we'll make it to Tuesday. If God permit. Until then, man, y'all stay safe. Keep doing what you're doing. And something that we have done from day one. And you guys, it might be a little cliche, but, you know, it works. And that is always.
Always.
I mean, really, we both understand you always scratch the win.
Always.
Always, fellas.
Always. Much love. Peace. Be safe.
Until
the weekend.
Tuesday.
Back on that dog of the day.
Dog of the day. Going hard.
Amber. Big shout out to all my peeps out there.
Hey, big shout out to all my people that came through. The newcomers. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and hit that like button on the way out. It don't hurt.